Ah, right out the gate! Welcome back! I say as if you were ever going to leave us, but hi, welcome back! Thank you for resubscribing for 15 months! Good gosh, that is a lot of months. That is a lot of months. Dang. Welcome back! Also, hey, notice a thing already? Hey, notice something. Notice something. Theoretically, all of our redeems work again, I think. I spent on Saturday 5 hours trying to fix the problem, and I think I fixed it. I think I have everything functional, so don't worry. Look, everything's back. My neck has been extended to its full capabilities. I now have funny eyes and floating hair. I am ultimately powerful on this Monday, coming here to you. Did you miss this? Did you miss this? I missed this. Things were just a little bit too stable, not nearly chaotic enough. Although, honestly, if I'm being so real with you, if all this stuff was working while we were doing the Limbus Company stuff last week and the previous week and the week before, I would have been so dramatically overstimulated that maybe it was for the best that it wasn't working. What is happening? My head is so tall. Peeks at you out from behind my googly eyes. Yeah, my head is massive. Still stable, horse joke. Yeah, I do have horse ears somewhere in here. Whoa. Do you see how the things are like not rotating together? Oh my gosh, wait, look, I can separate the back of my head from my skull. Do you see that? What is happening? Jeez, I don't think we've actually stress tested this many things together at once. Oh. Just so we can observe everything that's happening here right now. I am tall G. This is an EG who is like double their normal height. Why? Oh my god. Hi! Eldritch EG here. Have you noticed my spear that can pierce the heavens? Sephiroth! Oh my god. This is incredibly dangerous. I don't know what this is from. Hello. Happy Monday. Eldritch EG will convey unto you all of the important information that you need for this magical EG week. Yeah, I am not Pyramid Head, I am Javelin Head. And I need you to know that the Javelin has a complete mind of its own. I'm holding my head perfectly still right now. And it's still moving. I don't know what it is. What is the Javelin? Like, if I move my head, it clearly moves with my head. But if I hold my head completely still, it's like doing things still. Moving because you're talking, maybe? Okay, I'll be quiet. That's not it. I think it's haunted. Oh, is it my eyes? It might be my eyes. It could- oh wait, it's probably the googly eyes. You might be right. I bet that's like the little like jiggly bit of the googly eye. I would imagine. Mushroom became venom. Maybe just a little bit. I'm doing a fun little trick where I stand on one foot and I have a really long tail and I hold my son Gary here at my side to keep track of me. Thank you, Amber, for bonking him in the head. It did make my head have another perpendicular angle to it, but not that that really helps me any. And the hands are going crazy right now. Anyways, hi! Hello. Let me, Elder GG, regale unto you all of the housekeeping that we have this week, because there is actually a lot. Why the stick? Great question. Your guess is as good as mine. We have many a thing going on this week. I am finally, because I got through a number of other things, I am finally fine. First of all, the fire is burning, I'm fine. This is fine, everything's fine. I finally made it through a bunch of projects that I've been working on for a very, very long time. Some of them were in the background, so now I can, like, get the other big projects done, I say. I have, like, 30 big projects. So, we're on to the next big projects. So things are actually getting done. Yippee. Thank God, I'm so happy about it. So, let me actually open the Discord so I can make sure I don't miss any of the things I'm supposed to tell you as a part of housekeeping, because unlike EG, I am Eldritch EG, and I actually don't have that stuff memorized, because EG has an incredibly big brain and this incredibly strong memory, as you all know. The Eldritch monsters, I've been alive on Earth for a very, very long time. Hard to remember stuff. A lot of things have come and gone in my time. So, things that are happening. First, we have a new extra credit in the Shroom State. If you are so intrigued, if you are so interested, it did flash by us on the screen a little bit ago. I'll point at it and shout really loudly if it comes back again. But we are designing gajinkas of animal photos or memes this month. Loosely, we have a tentative due date of pretty much exactly a month from now. I think it's like the 17th of October, but we'll have to see because that date will depend on when the partner celebration, 1 year of partner on Twitch, is celebrated. And it's also really funny because I think my partner celebration for Twitch is the same week that I got partner for YouTube the year prior. So 2 years of partnered on YouTube and then 1 year partnered on Twitch all in 1 week, which is crazy. So yeah, we will figure out a due date at some point by then, but you have from now all the way until then. If anything, it'll get extended. It won't be made shorter. So, if you'd like to participate, exclamation point extra credit. Did the image pass me by on the screen? I did a really quick little drawing as my warm-up today. I always do warm-up drawings on days when I'm working. I did my warm-up drawing today of our current extra credit just so I could have something for the thumbnail. There it is. Look at it. Look at the gecko. She's so cute, isn't she? Look at her. That's one thing you should know about Eldritch deities. They love geckos. They're really cute. There we go. Let me give YouTube chat extra credit. There we go. Yippee. Very cute gecko indeed. So that's our first thing. So if you'd like to participate in extra credit, wow, you have a month to do so. Yes, this is kind of the end of Squiiji Angelian. That is certainly a phrase. I have a gecko? What the heck? I'm jealous. I want a lizard or a snake. I want an animal so bad, and I want one that has scales so badly because we can't have a cat. We can't have a cat. We can't have a dog. We can't have some fur. Oh my god. Hi. Everything's fine right now, in case you were wondering. In case you were wondering, everything's fine. I finally have, like, some realm of normalcy back in my skull. Get an axolotl? Oh, the axolotl pet trade is rifle with troubles in a way where I am not going to get involved. E.g. the football head, what is your wisdom? Most axolotls are poached from the wild, and reputable breeders are few and far between. They are bred under very unkind conditions, and most people are not trained on how to have a tank that supports them properly as it should. So E.g. of the football head says, make sure if you want to get an axolotl that you do a lot of research into where you are getting it from. Please, I beg of you. This is something, my Celia mom is a biologist, and one of her, like, biggest tenets, just, like, as a person, is, like, essentially, like, ethical handlings of pets, essentially. Specifically when it comes to amphibians and stuff like that. Because she is a microbiologist. Not that or macrobiologist? Microbiologist. She looks at the little ones. Not that an axolotl is a little guy. I mean, he's little, but not that little. You don't need a microscope for him. But similarly, it's an aquatic creature. She's technically a wetlands biologist also. So, just be aware of that. Might be immortal, but don't let them suffer. Exactly. Exactly. And yes, this is the most normal I've looked all day, which is so funny, because I looked incredibly normal for a couple of weeks now. No more. No more normalcy here. We're returning to the new normal, which is our old normal, which is absurdity and strangeness and no kayfabe at any point in time ever. When you get a snack, what happened to you? The use. Just a little bit of torture being done unto me. Macro big like Mac truck, micro straw like tiny. Yes, see, I knew that, but in biology, there's certain things, I get confused about it just because there's things that are considered macrobiology because you can see them with your eye despite the fact that you can't tell what it is with your eyeball, and that goofs me up all the time. Wow! Because I think my mother is technically a macrobiologist, but the stuff that she looks at is like larva. A thing that you absolutely should probably want to look at under a microscope because you can't see it very well with your bare eye. But I mean, I guess the fact that you can see it with your eye means that it is macro. I don't know, it just trips me up because she's never looking at like a plant or a regular animal. She's looking at like funny little like bug larva. Macaroni biologist. That's true. I do feel like my Celia mom would be into macaroni as a biologist. I do think that makes sense. Why have we pinned macaroni biologist? I accidentally pin things from time to time, so I'm gonna guess that that's probably what that is. Otherwise, I guess we are just macaroni biologists now. Nyla, congrats. You're on the fridge now, I guess. Curious. I'm gonna guess it was probably an accident. Just it's funny. Okay, honestly, you know, fair. Why not? We can hang with the macaroni biologist. I'm okay with this. So, that was our first housekeeping. I vaguely remember we talked about a housekeeping. Elder Gigi did inform me, did whisper in my ear upon vanquishing control of my body, or relinquishing control of my body back to me. The second thing, if you guys have not already heard, I finally finished the ASMR video that was supposed to occur months and months and months and months ago. And that was supposed to happen like 2 months ago, but then YouTube was like, hey, actually, you're plagiarizing yourself and you're trying to steal your own identity, so maybe don't do that. But it did work and it is uploaded and it is real, so if you do !YouTube, you can go watch it. Also, the Uma ears are kind of a slay with this outfit, but it's kind of funny having 2 sets of ears. Nope, I almost just typed !ASMR. That's not the command. There we go, !YouTube for both of you as a treat. And I actually had a lot of fun making, making that ASMR video. So I'm actually surprisingly willing to make another. Turns out the kind of ASMR I don't like does not include reading. I like listening to people read a book in a calming tone. That's pretty nice. I just don't like tapping or clicking or like any of the other like, I feel like common trigger things that people like. I don't really like whispering all that much either, so I kind of like talk at a low tone, maybe more so. But yeah, if you are interested, I might do another one day, someday, because theoretically, all it took to do was the 30-ish minutes of recording. It did take me about 2 hours to edit the audio, and then it took like an hour to edit the video for the background. So it's like a 1-day task, maybe. So yeah. And also, if you guys watch that video, you're welcome to give me feedback. Wow, everything really is happening. My neck is long again. I have now become a giraffe. Yeah. So, love non-intentional ASMR, which often leads to the doctor videos on how to. Oh, interesting. I've never thought about unintentional ASMR. I recently found out that Joby and I listen to a particular guy. We watch him cook to fall asleep. And we recently found out that, like, technically it is ASMR that we're listening to. And we also found out that his name is not especially kind, and I don't actually know if it's his real name or not. Are you guys familiar with Mr. Biao? He is a Chinese, he's not a TikToker, he's a Douyin maker, video creator that is technically ASMR, and it's very relaxing, and he just like cooks things. His like superpowers, he looks at somebody who has a food and he just like makes it himself. But they're very calming to watch, and we have conditioned ourselves to fall asleep as a result of watching his videos, so. But those are interesting. I guess that's not even unintentional. What time is it on your end, DG? I am in EST, so it is 2 p.m. EST. So, ASMR if you like! I might do more someday. Maybe. I also saw a genre of those like reading ASMRs where somebody just like reads you something kind of like not especially interesting, like not a story. They read you like documents or papers or something like that. I could read you my entire mushroom field guide. We'll see. So maybe that'll be one. But yeah, so that was my next update. Oh, next update. Let's see. Next update. Hang on. Scrolls back in time. Let's see. Hang on. Wow, you guys have done so many redeems since I went live. What the heck? Hang on, I went back in time to see. Let's see. I know that I got hit by a shrink ray. Well, we'll find out anyway. If you would like Shroomates, there is a little card. I whisper into the microphone. If you would like to sign it for a Shroomate. If you would like to sign it, you can find it. It is in the Discord server. It is in Chatting 1. It is its own little thread. If you would like to sign it or leave a little doodle of support to let a Shroomate know that we are thinking about them. Whispers. I was trying to figure out how to do this for a while, and the person that it's for is somebody who is incredibly active and incredibly around and hard to keep things a surprise from. So we'll see how well I succeed at this. But at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be a surprise. It more so is just, I think that it is important to extend our support to each other, especially when going through unfortunate things, maybe. So if you would like, I'll just send the Discord. Wah! And you can find it also in announcements, I believe, to the link for how to join. And it is in Magma, which I am hearing doesn't always work on some iPads. It might not work for everything, and there has been a little trouble. So if you are unable to leave a note in the Magma yourself, you are welcome to just draw something in whatever program it is and then just paste it in that channel, in that thread, rather. And then I can stick it into the physical card afterwards, if that is okay. Great troubleshooter, causer. I wouldn't call you a causer, but it was good having a little bit of feedback when I posted it, because it was kind of working, but kind of not working. It was being a little silly. Aw, cozy G. Missed everything but about Magma. If you'd like to sign a card, I'm looking to deliver the card to the recipient to show some support to a roommate at the end of this month, if all possible. So if you could, make sure you get your things in before the end of September. So that was the second thing. Oops, hang on, I gotta be cozy G, I gotta relax. Oh, also I updated some resources in the server. I was going to do like a whole bit and be like, aha, maybe I guess I still could. I was gonna do a whole bit and be like, rubric 2.0 debut, ah! Like on Twitter, as if it's like my 2.0 debut, but the rubric's 2.0 debut, because it's still kind of important. We've been using the same rubric for well over a year at this point. Honestly, I think I made that rubric like 2 years ago even. It might even be longer ago than that, and it is almost a direct copied version of what I used to teach for 2 years too. So like it needed a little bit of updating. Yeah. Start from the top like an outfit reveal. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start from the top. I was gonna like make a post and do like a whole thing with the video for it, but I was like, I would love to do a funny bit, but man, I don't have time. So don't worry. We're gonna do a reveal of it. We're gonna do a reveal today. So that'll be our start today. Don't have a real start from the bottom. I mean, I guess it starts from the bottom, but I don't think it really matters for this, because if we do it from the bottom, we'll start by seeing the bonus points, which I guess doesn't really matter. Silhouette, just a black square. Feet up. Okay, yeah, we'll go from bottom up then. We'll go from bottom up. So that was the first thing, and then the second thing was that if you are curious about why I sound different now and why I sound probably a little better, if not a lot better now, I have posted, I had a thread from a very long time ago in the Discord server about my audio settings and about my filters I use. I have updated that thread with the new plugins that I was recommended by Zephy, who is the one who set up my new and improved sound for me. So if you are interested, you can check it there. And then finally, it's been long in the makings and I've been working so hard on it, and Jubby reassured me because I felt like I had the tiniest brain on the planet of Earth because I was struggling with it for so incredibly long. But guess what? I finally have a halfway functional Minecraft server for the roommates. It's like halfway functional. I'm still figuring out a couple of little kinks with it, but it runs, and it doesn't run terribly. And I feel like my brain is so huge. It took me watching like 9 different tutorials. It took me so much troubleshooting, and I don't even know why. Half of it was because the mods were just installing versions that of themselves that just didn't work. That just were totally incompatible with the version of Minecraft that I had installed for it. So we will have a Shroom server. Here, I can check for you what the version for it is. I believe, if I check, we're doing it through Prism Launcher, which is going to be how you can download all the mods for it, theoretically. I think you can download the mod pack, and it is going to be in 1.21.1. So sadly, this is pre-gassed update. I don't really know what it's called. but it's just because of mod support. The reason I was having trouble was because I was actually, I think, one version forward from that, so I was having incredible compatibility problems, and I didn't realize that was what it was. So yeah, shroom server. And the way that it's going to work is that I am using E4MC, which is a mod that allows essentially us all to just be in a world together. It's technically not really a server. It's essentially just making a world multiplayer. As a result of that, we all have to have that mod installed, I believe, along with a couple others. There'll be a pack. I'll have a tutorial for us on how to set up and get into it when I actually have it go live. So we'll figure that out at that point in time. But the thing I'm still testing is like privacy concern stuff, because E4MC does hide IP addresses, and I do have a plugin also, or not plugin, a mod also that should keep the chat from directing, like when your name shows up in chat or anywhere in there, from directing to Microsoft accounts, which is going to be kind of important, probably too, for privacy for everybody. But I'm still trying to figure out a couple other things, also with like moderation. So I'll be working on that, but when it is done, I will release it unto all of you. Oh, wait, I can talk normally again. When it's done, I can release that unto all of you. And we can play some Minecraft together. But the other catch is that the server is only live when I am in it. That is the other catch of E4MC, which is done for moderation purposes. I don't want the server to be up when I am not there to make sure things are going okay. I do not want to be adding to the workload of any of our lovely mods. I am the moderator of the of the Minecraft server, and we will likely be scheduling days of the week where there will be certain times where, you know, I'll just be working on other things. I'll be doing my work, but, you know, we'll have like a little event in the Discord where it'll say, oh, hey, like the the Minecraft server is open right now if you'd like to join, probably be at a set time, like week to week. And then if I have it open on stream, of course, it'll work for everybody to join while we're on stream. But yeah. Microsoft game account can be separated from your general Microsoft account. I didn't know that. Mine is connected. I don't know how to separate it. The good news is that my Microsoft account is still named Squiiji. Everything of mine is named Squiiji. I renamed everything I have as Squiiji to keep me safe a little bit. But I'm sure there's still some things that people could get into that I probably don't want to. Very cute, and also a good idea, even beyond moderation, means everyone's working with the same amount of time, thus you don't have some people doing everything. Exactly! And also, so that way we don't have, like, problems with, like, griefing or things like that. We can always solve things sort of, like, live, too, you know? Yeah. Good branding, too. By branding, transferring over to my Microsoft account, I feel like is something that most people don't do. I feel like most VTubers do not have their branding transcend onto accounts that they just need to host their computer with. But I am... My bit about privacy is, you can't figure out who I am or where I am or anything like that if I have made it impossible for you to do so. I can open up any folder on my computer and you'll figure out nothing about me. Because I've offloaded everything that's personal is on my laptop, so I am safe. But that did also become almost an event at Otakon when everybody saw my my background photo for my desktop. Thankfully, Joby and I were both wearing our masks in the photo that is my background photo on my desktop, but I was like, whoopsie! All we know is your time zone and that you're a US citizen. Exactly, and that's all the more you'll ever know. Don't brand multiple different names, handles on different sites. I mean, I guess that is probably a safer way of doing things to make yourself less traceable. But for me, I just make it all the same. I don't know. Because if you see all of them in association with me, you'll just assume that all those different handles are me then. If it's all just Squiiji, then there's never a surprise. Wait! That reminds me also, Shroommates, did you guys see? Did I show you guys? I have my first imposter. Imposta. I've been welcomed into the real-life game of Among Us, in which there is, I just want to show you it, because I think it is incredibly funny. We'll teleport so I can show you. Because that is all of my notes for us today. Let me teleport us so I can show you. I posted it on Twitter, because first I was like, this is wild. I had a bunch of DMs. Usually I don't get a ton of DMs all at once, but I do have a lot of DMs at any given time, so I don't really check my DMs or get through them very quickly or very often on Twitter. But I woke up, I think it was Saturday, to like 30-ish new DMs alerting me of this. So here, let's go here. Yeah, so thank you to all the very kind fellas who alerted me that somebody was impersonating me. Kind of, like, not really. I don't even know if they're really impersonating me so much as they're just using my reference image to represent themselves. This is Vienna, art by Vienna 11. Not only is she a shy, cozy art girl, but she also has chaotic punk energy, as if those things can coexist. She or they are lost in, I mean, I guess girl, but I don't assume pronouns. Lost in the magic of games, art, and oceanic vibes with the bumblebee. My guy, did you try? I feel like this is definitely a bot. Without a shadow of a doubt. I have a strong feeling that this is an account that was abandoned that a bot hacked into. Because apparently these, like, all of the things they have posted are all stolen showcases, and at least one of them, if not this one, was like specifically identified as somebody's customizable model that they just customized to use a showcase. My foxy baddie. So peculiar. So if you guys would like to help me remove them, I did send them a message just for good, just kindness of being like, hey, can you take my images down as well as the stolen showcases? And they did block me. So clearly they're there and active and can see things, but clearly they didn't try to hide anything. So if you want to help us at Art by Vienna 11, report them for spam, because we can't report them for identity theft because I'm not important enough to Twitter for you guys to be able to report it that way. And also, if I try and report them as stealing my identity, Twitter is like, hey, can I have your government ID? Which I can't give them. And also, if I did give it to them, it would not help me in the slightest because Squiiji is not my government name. In case you had any suspicions that Squiiji might be my government name, it's not. Sorry to burst your bubble. I'm not real. I am real, but not like that. No way. EG's so famous, even the bots are becoming fans. Thank you. That's how I'm trying to think about this. I'm like, on one hand, I'm like, oh, come on. They like exactly perfectly cropped my logo out. But on the other hand, I'm like, well, you know, I guess on I guess on one hand it does mean something that, you know, I'm out about enough that even the bots want a piece of my pie, you know? Posted another stolen showcase 5 hours ago. Ah, of course they did. Lovely. So hopefully by the power of us reporting them, it will go away. But we'll just see. I'm trying to be positive about it. Squiiji's a middle name that not many people mention when using the full government name. See, if Squiiji was my middle name, that would actually be the smartest thing I could probably do, but sadly no. I do have a full name that does contain a middle name, and the middle name is not Squiiji. Does not start with that letter either. What can you do? Oh, Ruksha, thank you for following. Sorry, I got lost in my telling of things that are going on. Reported. Thank you, fellas. Squeegee. Why are you guys saying my name funny ways? Squeegee Fungus McSqueegister? What are you? Huh? What is that about? What? Oh, anyways, this is a white square because this is where the rubric is. Brand new and improved rubric. We can do like a SpongeBob. Oh, wait, too fast. Hang on. No, wait. Hang on, stop. Try again. Start over. Hang on. Bonus points! Nothing changed. The bonus points are the same, but I did specify that they are for Vtubers designs only. Here, we can zoom in. Vtuber designs only. I changed the wording ever so slightly.
The full power of the imperial shrewdness.
True.
This stranger is an amusing annoyance, nothing more. They should try eating concrete before they can dare aspire to reach even my level.
Do you know how people say, like, as an insult, they'll be like, yeah, eat rocks. That's more or less, I guess, what we're saying about this. Yeah, eat concrete. Or what do they say? Pound dirt? Something like that? Very good, making, oh my gosh, he is doing better with making sound effects recently. Pound sand? Oh, is that what it is? Pound sand? I thought it was pound dirt. I don't remember how that phrase goes because it's not one I use very often. But yeah, the only thing I changed is that I took my name out of this. Goes on the fridge, personal taste, I like it, just so that it had better edge tension. I feel like a third of the changes I made here were just visual changes because it was driving me nuts. Hang on, here, T-pose EG? Oh wait, perfect. That's good. Go back to the corner where you belong. Ready, ready, ready? Next level, next layer. What are our predictions? What do we predict is going to be different about, what is the next category? Concept and motifs. Get your predictions in now, folks. No, it's too fast. Hang on. Words? That's a good guess. Words is a good guess. Letters is also a good guess. Look at that, brand new color. We've never seen this color ever before. Especially not in my strangely desaturated purple rubric of the past that I don't know why was ever made in those colors in the first place. Just thinking about it, why did I make it purple initially? Purple is like not a primary color in my color palette as EG. Guess periwinkle is my favorite color, but like, question mark. So now all of the colors that are in here are somewhere on my model. So like that teal is, I think, inside of the like dark parts of my hair somewhere. Yeah, I think that teal is like, do you see right there, that edge highlight? Right there, just right where my finger is. That's where that teal is. All of the colors come from me this time. Fancy. It was a nice color, but not really related to Shroom. Yeah, I think it might have actually been more related to EG 1.0, if I remember correctly. I think EG 1.0 had much more monotone hair, but I actually can't remember. But, so, changes here. I don't know if there was a ton. Concept is clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and is supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects can be visually or identified visually. So I think I just reworded for this one. Concept is partially visible, potentially supportive motifs, but both could be pushed further or refined to a greater effect. I'm gonna have to goof up reading them a million times before I get them right because I have changed things a little bit. And then you'll get no points if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. Motifs do not support the concept or are over/under executed. So I think it was just a little rewording here. Is one of the rubrics Dorito finger colored? Yes. Yes, it is. There's an orange. Focal point! Focal point received a lot of clarification because I fear that this is one of those things that whenever I get comments on YouTube, people always have something to say about focal points where they're like, you making the face more focal is detracting from something else. It's blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, that is the point. There are multiple focal points in any design. We want the primary focal point, the primary one, meaning the one you go to first, to be the face. You can have a secondary or tertiary focal point that can be anything else in the design. Your primary focal point can be your eyes and your face. Your secondary focal point could be the assets winks at you, if you so wish. It could be anything else. Optimally, it could be something that relates to your lore or your concept otherwise, but it can be anything else. Yeah, breaking news, people are their face, and that is kind of important. It is how we make a connection with people, through looking them in the eye. If you are having a conversation with somebody and you are staring at another part of their body, that's usually considered strange. So, that my clarification here is that the primary focal point is well executed. And then for full points, for half points, the primary focal point has been considered, but other areas may be competing with it or are too distracting. And then you won't get any points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over/under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. Yeah. Also, wait, I didn't introduce the rubric. This is my rubric. I am a teacher. In true teacher fashion, I have a rubric, so that way I can be as objective as possible about the character design critiques. Also, so I can remove as much of my bias as possible. So I did go through and clarify some things here too, because I think specifically the next category, the way I used it ended up shifting over time, and I need to pull it back to the original way it is intended to be used. Yeah. Hi, rubric. Hi, teacher. Hi, Amber. But if the face is on the left leg, then sure, you can stare at the left leg. I think that's acceptable under that circumstance. I think that's okay. I think it's alright. It's like when somebody puts eyes on other parts of their design. I feel like when you've done that, you can't fault us for looking at other places, and that's just the way it goes to some capacity. It's fine. Rebellious Mew, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Part of YEG will never critique it. What is it? If you critique Nike or games like that, the fans would endlessly argue what the focal points would be assets. Oh yeah, yes, Amber is completely correct. I will not touch games in the critiques that are heavy on the suggestive elements or are just full on not safe for work, and I would argue that that game is so close to being just completely not safe for work. So we will not be touching that one. I fear the fans also from some of those games where even in critiquing Genshin and Honkai Star Rail and stuff, the number of times I got called a prude for simply suggesting that the girlies maybe not wear heels or have like tights on or something so that their legs aren't so distracting. Innumerable. Cannot count how many people complained about that. I was like, fellas, I'm really not. I can appreciate legs as much as the next guy. But they're just really distracting and they shouldn't be. Your character should aim to be more than their legs. Like, come on. As if tights aren't attractive. Exactly! That's what I'm saying! They just don't get it. Thank you, I will take a sippy. I do have hot chalky that I've drank none of, so I should drink some of it. Yeah, I can appreciate legs as much as the next shroom. I am asexual, so your funny, silly tactics to make me spend my money will not work. I am immune. However, I can still appreciate the aesthetic appeal of a leg or other body parts, but we just don't have to do them all the time, and sometimes hiding things is even better. There's more interest to be had in wondering what things can look like sometimes. Come on, leave a little to imagination. That's like actually a genuine strategy. So, yeah. Anyways, focal points! Clarification was just primary focal point is the face. You can have other focal points. Next, we have complexity versus clarity, which hang on, too far. Take that back a second. There we go. So, complexity versus clarity. This category is supposed to be exclusively about level of detail. LOD. Level of detail. It should not be also encapsulating contrast as far as hue or value goes. Grading hue and value contrast should be taken into account in color palette because those are color choices. Complexity versus clarity should be strictly about level of detail and the way that those details are executed and whether or not they are effective and well incorporated into the design and not excessive. Trying to make sure they are appropriate to the design itself. Ankles used to be scandalous. That is true. Just a little bit. Ironically, the white text on yellow background is not the highest clarity. I'm so glad you pointed that out. That's exactly why I did that. That's like half the reason why I did that, but I will let you know, funny enough, it actually, I think the contrast of the other ones around it is what makes it seem less, because funny enough, the contrast of the white text on the yellow is actually no better than the contrast of it was on the purple. There's actually more contrast between the yellow and the white than there was with the white and the purple previously. AG's too short to reach the counter now? No, I'm not! I'll get my stool! That's what you think. I'm a big shroom. I can reach. Showing off single nostril solidarity. Stop looking at my nostrils. Don't be weird. Hey. Time to check? Go ahead, you can check. So, yeah, complexity versus clarity. Level of detail should be appropriate for the intention of the design. What that means is that the level of detail that is appropriate for a Pokemon is not the same as the level of detail that is appropriate for a gacha game character. Very different things we're comparing here. Their intentions are completely different between what they're trying to do. Pokemon intend to be very simplified, very cute, wow, and designed in a capacity that allows children to draw them. Meanwhile, Other games, not so much. Other games go for the more detail, more better angle of the deal, which we can say isn't always true, but they get to have a little more detail because it's just something we're willing to accept with that type of media. Ditto with the peak detailing. Wait, okay, we'll talk about this later. There is finally a single game that is making me sad that I will never have a Switch 2, and it is the Ditto. It is the Pokemon game that is going to be Animal Crossing-like, and I'm gonna be really sad about it. But it's okay. I don't need a... What is it? How expensive is the Switch 2? How many hundreds of dollars is the Switch 2? It ain't happening. I'm not getting one. I don't think I think if I were to try and save up to buy a Switch 2, it would take me like 2 years. I barely put any money away into savings, and it ain't happening. I'm not worried about it. Give it 3 years, it'll drop in price. You know, maybe. I'll play it in a couple years. I don't play games very often anyway, so I'm sure I can just get it in the future. Wow! Years and years and years from now. Because yeah, I don't want to buy a $400 console for one game also. Took my husband $600? Oh no! That is a way more. Golly, I wonder, is that because of tariffs for import? I wonder if that's what it is. I heard some people were affected, or the price was affected by gosh darn tariff nonsense. But yeah, I'd probably wait if I was going to get a Switch 2. I would wait until there's like a bunch of games I want on it. So, or alternatively, the way I got a Switch 1 was Fungi Father was like, hey, I want to play Monster Hunter. There's more than one Monster Hunter on this thing here called a Nintendo Switch. If I buy a Nintendo Switch as both of our Christmas gift, will you just bring it home with you when you're home from school so that I can play Monster Hunter on it? I was like, yeah. Yes, we can do that. So technically it's not my Switch, it's my shared Switch with Fungi Father, but he doesn't really ask to use it very much anymore. And that is the only reason I own that console, and that is the first console that I have owned in any way early in its life cycle. I think I got my Switch in like 2018, which is the earliest I've ever owned something. We got a Wii the year before the Wii U came out. Like, my family is not big on current consoles. Co-custody Switch. Yeah, we share custody. Meanwhile, my sister has her own entire Switch. But that's because she has a big girl job and makes the big dollars in a way that none one else in my family does. I think she makes more than my parents do combined. So, actually, anyways, focus! We're getting off topic accidentally. It's because I said the word Pokemon. So, complexity versus clarity now only deals with level of detail. To get full points, the design must pass the plushie test, and the details should be specific and support both the concept and the focal points. You will get half points if the design is slightly over or under detailed, or the details could use more specificity. What this means is that you need to do a little bit more research into fashion so that we can see that the garments are crafted in a way where I can tell that you used a reference. Also, this may mean that you just need to incorporate more of your concept into the physical design of the garments being worn, or into the hairstyle or anything like that, accessories, so on and so forth. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. I think this hasn't changed at all, actually, since our last one. Can I get 4 points on clarity if my design is a white circle? No. False. Incorrect. Too simple to the point of genericness, no points actually. You thought you were gonna get an extra point. You're actually getting none. 0 points for that one. Next category. How high can I make my voice go? Don't disapprove of me, hey. Hi, sir. Generic, how many white circle VTubers are there? Actually, you know, good question. That is actually potentially a good question. I don't think there's any of them. So I guess you would be memorable on that front, but at that point, are you a VTuber? I mean, yes, you're a virtual YouTuber, but is a circle really a virtual representation of something? What are you representing? I don't know. I'm asking strange questions here. Here's the Dorito color. Don't worry, it made an appearance. This is, I believe, the shading color for my sunglasses. MeTooMe's just a digital avatar. I mean, I guess so. I don't know. Anyways, silhouette. In order to get full points on silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. It should have strong visual weight, which is, I think, the only thing I added. Positive, negative versus positive space interplay, and contrasting shape language. You'll get half points if the silhouette is identifiable, but can be expanded upon to a greater effect by increasing shape contrast, asymmetry, and or visual weight. I think I added the word asymmetry here, and that is the only change in that department. And then you will get no points for silhouette. The silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, needs more definition. That didn't change at all, I don't think. Zaru! And Bolty? Wait, here, I actually have my glasses for once. Let's see what this does to my tracking. Yeah, Bolty. I think I said that right. Or unless it's Bolty. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Let's see how bad this makes my eye tracking. I found my old glasses, which I think will make my eye tracking worse, but will make my ability to see better, but not as better as my new glasses were. Question mark? We'll see. Why does Squiiji look like the worm from Men in Black? Because they have used the UMA EG redeem. Actually, wait, my face tracking is doing fine. Surprisingly, huh? All right. Oh, thank you for the donation, It's Press. I appreciate it. Amber in all caps. Rotate now. Thank you. Can we get some rotation, please? Keep up with the good work. Thank you. I will do my best. I appreciate it. Thank you for news to like beauty. With a weird L shoved in there. Ah, I see. You did a design critique for me a bit back in one of your videos. Oh, I'll have to figure out which one that was, but yippee. Thank you for stopping by. Yay, rotation. I say as I try and also rotate. Did I rotate enough? I can always rotate more. Ooh, spanny. I think it's just making so that my irises don't track as well by having them. My design has changed since then, but you know how it is. That's totally fair. That happens. Rotate. The very small. Is that a Metopia or a me verse? Yeah! For an emote? That's so funny. Don't worry, Zeru, there is a free rotation. You can spin my head using the channel point redeem. I guess it's not free, but you don't have to be subscribed to do it. Or you can ORBG. These are both options for head rotation abilities if you would like to. Amazing, right? I can rotate just a little bit. Emotes are gone? Nyla, you're subscribed. Why would your emotes be gone? That doesn't make sense to me. How peculiar. Squee giraffe causing existential dread. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have a fear of giraffes? Why would that cause existential dread? What existential thing are giraffes making you consider? Is the length of their necks making you consider the length of life? What sound does a giraffe make? That's also a really fantastic question. I don't think I have the answer to that one. Because Owl House? Ah, see, that is a series that I have never watched myself. My students were very into. Yes, I do have keys. Thank you, Cinda. I'm going to creep up and peek over the top of my orb at all of you. Got chased by a giraffe once. Okay, well that makes sense if you're feeling disturbed by it. Oh, this is new. This is nice. This is good. We'll continue as if nothing's wrong. Hey, final category. I start too high every time. I need to start like color palette. What did I change here about this? Palette is cohesive and interesting. Contrast works at a distance. Color placement supports the focal point, and a strong color hierarchy is present for full points. For half points, the palette should be mostly cohesive, but may have minor areas of low contrast or clashing. Color choices may be too simple or safe. I think I clarified color choices may be too simple or safe, because that's something that we often take points off for, and people aren't always a fan of that one. And I feel like I just need to make sure it is right here to make it clear that that is one of our criteria. No points for the color palette. If it has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, hues and values should be completely revisited. So, while it doesn't maybe sound like we've changed a lot, I'm going to be able to be a little bit stricter with the way that we're grading as a result of some of these rewordings. So I do just need to make it clear that going from this point forward, technically these new grades are not comparable to the old grades, just because we're using a different rubric. It's not that different, but it is different enough that it may affect the grades in some capacity. We'll see. After we test run it today, we can see how much it's affecting scores. It may reduce some scores a little bit because the simpler safe detailing resulting in 1 point, we often were giving those a half point. So it's been moved down wholly a point. And this is also where instead of pulling points down from complexity, we'll pull points down in here too for if things are so low contrast we can't make out their edges against each other. So we'll see what that's affecting. And then similarly, I think the specificity thing is going to end up being more important. Yeah. Is this the end of half points? No. It's not the end of half points. We will still use half points. I don't think there'd be enough variety for me to explain the full range of effectiveness and design without the half points. But now there are a couple things that used to qualify for a half point that no longer do, where instead of being here, they will now be here potentially. So we'll see. That's a satisfying rainbow right there. Thank you. All of these colors are contained within little old me. So now technically it's more on brand, despite the fact that I don't market myself as a rainbow. Yippee! My head is normal. My height is not, but we'll take what we can get. Rubric 10 pride, exactly. Yeah. Add 3, 4, 5 pointers? No. I almost added more opportunities for bonus points, but I did decide that I didn't want the maximum score to get too high, because if we had the opportunity for 6 bonus points, as much as we rarely use these two, it means a lot when we do as a result. And I did consider, we can talk about this for the future, but I did consider potentially having like a chat's choice, essentially, like Shrewmate's choice, where each day the Shrewmates can like essentially vote to award 1 bonus point to somebody. But then I also don't like that as a concept, because then it feels like we're picking favorites in some capacity. But I do want there to be a way where, like, you know, I have a way that I can commend somebody for having a design that I personally like. I did want there to be a way for the Shrewmates to commend other designs for being ones they like. But at the same time, I feel like you guys would give that to every design if given the opportunity, and then that would just artificially inflate all of the scores by 1. And we don't need that. So we can develop thoughts on how to handle that. It is a thought I have in my head, but I don't know how to execute that properly right now, because you guys are so incredibly nice and kind that you guys would just give them to everyone. So I would need some limit. But then if we only can pick 1 per stream, it feels like we're picking favorites in a way that I don't like. So I don't know. Collective mushroom fridge, that's fair. Shroom State American Idol. You know what? Before I get into actual grades here, I do have like one other thing that finally is like kind of actually in the works in all of my projects that have been ongoing for so long. My updates of things are finally that Vroid as a program works on my laptop, so I've offloaded Incinda onto my laptop, and I'm finally making progress, and I'm so happy. I don't know why Vroid does not work on my drawing tablet that is on my computer, but it works on my laptop. So all I have to do is chain myself to an outlet and work on my laptop for that. So that is a good update. I never figured out why Vroid does not work properly with my drawing tablet on my computer, though. Second thing is that I have, for a very incredibly long time, talked about wanting to host game shows of some capacity, because I am a very firm believer in the idea of, you know, I want to find as many ways as possible to include people in things, and I want to do things together with others, but I'm a little shy sometimes, and many artists are also that way. So for as much as I know that there can be a lot of sentiments in VTubing or just in content creation or anything in general about feeling left out, where people are often feeling like they're not invited to anything, or they're often like putting themselves out there, like trying to shoot their shots, and, you know, it's not really returning very much. And unfortunately, that's something I've sort of experienced, where I try to apply for many events and tournaments and all kinds of things, because it's on my bingo list for me of things I want to get done this year. I want to be in an event! And it's one of those things where, you know, you do the, I apply to 100 things in a year and theoretically you get into one. It is September. I've gotten into none yet, which is okay. It's fine. I don't have any hard feelings against any of that stuff. But I can be the one who creates the opportunities and then invites other people to them, because I've also heard a common sentiment among artists VTubers especially, is that they never get invited to collabs because they're not gamers, because they do art. So I have finally gotten things together for an artist sort of focused game show. Where I know that for some artists, they don't want to just do art in collabs, but, you know, it is something we all can share, maybe. And this isn't a type of game show that would be exclusive to only artists. It would be open to anyone who wants to. I'd just separate, like, days of the game show based on skill level. But ideas inspired by my aphantasia. Memory Masterpiece is the title of the game show, in which I will be having groups of 4 on for, like, each individual day that it occurs, where it'll be pulling characters from a particular piece of media that we've sort of decided in advance for that day, and then they will have 2 minutes to draw the character from memory, and then at the end of those 2 minutes, we will divvy out some points based on how, like, if they included a couple of specific key features of the design. And then there will also be, this is why I thought of this, there will be a chat vote also, where chat can pick 1 out of the 4 to award an extra point to. And my hope is that that'll be a, this one looks really funny, or like, people just are endeared by one of the drawings, and then vote for that to get a bonus point. So we'll do a couple rounds of that, and then crown a winner! But I'm gonna be doing a sort of like interest check for that. This week or next week, I think, potentially. Because I'd like to start doing that in October, if possible. Yeah. So, yeah. Only see small indie artist collabs. I mean, I'm a small indie artist too, so I wouldn't be changing that very much. But it might be nice. So I need to get some kind of Magic the Gathering Commander collab going at some point. I know. The way that I still have not played that with any of the Shrewmates yet is wild. But I just have not had every time I'm like, I'll have time, I don't. It just never pans out. What can you do? Poor EG. Yeah! I was talking to Joby yesterday. I was talking about Uma Musume stuff. And Joby was like, hey, when was the last time you played Uma Musume? How long has it been since you opened Uma Musume, the game that you have installed on your computer that you talk about very often and you like very much? It's been a week and a half. I haven't opened Uma Musume in a week and a half. I don't think I've done a career run in Uma Musume in over 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't spend very much time doing the gaming. I spend so much time doing laundry and housekeeping and cooking and cleaning, as does Joby. And spending time with my Joby. We don't have a lot of time for playing a game, unfortunately. In case of emergency, hit the I need an extrovert button. Fair. I am not extrovert. Off topic, but is a PNG tuber considered a VTuber? Absolutely. As a virtual avatar, I would say so. Yeah. You're not small, you have 30k subs on YouTube? I actually have 40k. Kidding. I was gonna go, actually, I have 40k subs on YouTube. Which is an incredibly large amount of people. That is an absurdly large number. But in the grand scheme of VTubing, that is still considered, like, small to medium, strangely enough. It's a weird thing how scale works, and, like, for as much as I might be, like, I'm definitely not big on YouTube. Like, big on YouTube is, like, 100,000. That's 100,000 is still considered small on YouTube. Big on YouTube is having millions of people following you. Everything is so inflated as to what numbers mean and all of that. So, like, yeah, I don't qualify for any, like, small VTuber awards or anything like that just because of my YouTube. That puts me way out of the category. But if it was based on my streams and based on my Twitter, I would qualify, so who knows? What can you do? Scale is not important to me. It's cool that so many people are interested in what I do, and that's what matters. I don't really try to think about if I'm a big fish or a small fish or anything like that. Yeah. What else did I have here? Did I have anything else? That might actually be it. We might be able to get started. And by get started, I mean, I saw somebody already acquired maybe a bingo, but would we like to play some bingo? Let's play a little bingo. Oh, that's the final thing I was supposed to update over the weekend. I was going to modify some of the bingo things, just because we did realize there's a couple of options in the bingo that I don't do very often anymore. Or, like, don't occur often on stream. They apparently occurred often enough a year ago that I included them, but not recently, unfortunately. So here, let me pin bingo if anyone would like to play. Bam. So we'll leave bingo pinned for the duration of the stream. hello, unpin after, manually unpin at the end. There we go. Yay! Never played bingo here? You should. It's fun. It's just like, it's like design trope bingo, essentially. I never win, although I did win for the first time ever. Last week. Not ever. The first time in like months. I think it was the second time I've ever won. And we've been doing bingo for probably almost a year. Let's see. So then, oh, thank you, Memority, for getting it on YouTube. I'll pin that also on YouTube. There we go. So I can get some points. So that's the other thing. So now, secondarily, we can do a little gamba. Do we wish to gamba about how many designs I'll get through, or whether or not I'll win a bingo? I always offer the option, so I'll poll it just real quick. While we get started on the first design. So this will be what to gamba on, number of designs critiqued, if EG wins bingo. There we go. Start poll. There you goes. Where does one join? If you would like to join the bingo, it is currently, I guess, pinned. If we're talking about joining for the designs, that is, yeah, Rex got it, through exclamation point critique. However, there is a pretty long queue, and I already have the fellas we're looking at today, but you can submit for future days. But we are in the, like, 400-ish region now, which is nice. We've eclipsed 400. I think we're at 450-something now, out of 1,100, 1,200 submissions. So we're getting there. We're getting there. There we go. So here, I'll get us started while I wait and see what the gamba should be about. This is a design I've actually had downloaded for a very long time, and I feel like I had her in blue or in purple, but I was like, in some capacity, I feel like calling this design blue or purple doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite make sense all the way. She can never end because there'll be more new VTubers. True. Love the color palette, right? I thought this was very interesting. This was a standout design to me because of the color palette. We're actually starting after over an hour. Whoopsie, happens sometimes. I had a lot of things to explain and discuss to get started. So, this is Camille? You know what I should add to the critique forum? Too late now because there's so many submissions already, but I should add a name pronunciation, like phonetic pronunciation, because I feel so bad. A third of the comments I get from people whose designs I critiqued are, hey, thank you for critiquing my design. A couple of things. Here's how you say my name. And I'm like, no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I goofed it up. It's just a known thing about how I am. It's my teacher debuff. It's just my debuff as a person, unfortunately. I just don't sound things out especially well, it appears. But I'm gonna say Camille sounds maybe correct. Perhaps. Camille uses any programs. I'm sure they use any programs too. Any pronouns, and their tag is at it's Camille. I built my lore 3 years after creating this character that is basically my persona. I basically like space, stars, and daydreaming. When asked, I usually introduce myself as a shadow of a dream. Whoa, that's conceptual. What does it mean to be the shadow of a dream? Interesting. Intriguing. For bingo, what does design gets rotated mean? I don't have it on my bingo, but I'll give it to you. Design gets rotated is usually when I accidentally spin something. I do that not infrequently. Definitely get the shadow vibes. I do also. Also, the Risen Worm. And Adelaide Ashford, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. I said the hair is like smoke or something. Yeah, so we'll get into some thoughts here. First off, let me just do my own bingoing. So unhelpful. Right now, the gamba, what we should gamba on is tied. If you've not voted for what you would like us to gamba on, please vote. Please save us from tie, because that doesn't help me, unfortunately. I believe in the bingo. Okay, let's see. It's kind of going back and forth. We'll find out. We'll find out where it is. So, Let's see. I'll start doing things for my bingo. Hair color. Kind of that. Can't see that. Yep, kind of. No. I'm not telling you what any of my Gamba things are that's happening. EG rotated me intentionally and I feel very special. Did I? It's so hard for me to remember what I may or may not have done to certain people, and I may have just pretended it was intentional for some people, but for some of you, I guess for Shroomates, I may have specifically decided to rotate you. Because I know who you are, and I know that you will tolerate it. Okay, that one's gonna happen. That one's not going to happen. Actually, maybe a little bit. I have Mushroom VTuber WOOO on my bingo. It's not happening. That'll probably happen. Yeah, okay, that's it. Okay, there we go. Channel points. What is Gamba? Oh yeah, you can use channel points to guess how many designs I'll get through today, and then there's a payout at the end, mayhaps. Oh, and good day. Hello. Oh wait, I didn't take roll either. Hang on. Wait, I am so... Dang. Get rotated for charity? Oh, okay, then that was definitely intentional. That's fair. Get rotated for charity is a good way of doing things. All right, will Gamba the number of designs critiqued? Do you want to check in for class? You had a whole extra hour and 10 minutes to roll in. Before I took roll, which is crazy. Ooh. Roll is also rotation. Oh yeah, I guess it's spelled R-O-L-L. I guess R-O-L-L could also be R-O-L-E, maybe too. Man, let me go back in time to see what all is going on. Oh, wait, can I even go back far enough? Right now it's being kind of silly. There we go, no, it is working. Okay, Angelica, Seasonal Sade, Ocnus, Sanizum, Rex, Dia, Southern Lights, Chocorama, Picto Shaman, Star Heron, Edward, Nilo, Mikara, Thimble, Stitch, Alive, IJ Dragonfly, Mad Buns, Panda Rosemary. Sorry, I keep full naming you and I don't know why. Chili, Del, Bugs, Fern, we will. Yamashita, Ziop, Corey. Wow, you guys used a lot of redeems today. Ame, Lance, Captain Bella Luna, Cotton Candy Floss, Fia, Amber, The Milky Way, Adelaide, Plague Cat, Mars.mp3. Hello, welcome to class. You guys would like to redeem to say that you are here? There's a 1-point channel point redeem on Twitch. On YouTube, you can just say hi, as you can see that the fellows are doing. You can say hi, or here, or present. Amber Wushi, Bunny Bell, hello. Also, Moss Cake, also. See? See? Did we figure out how we're saying your name? I say we. Did I figure it out would be the better question. Memority! Melancholy Witch! Hello! Does this design count for demon or non-human? I would say so. I would say demon qualifies here, yeah. Yeah, let me... Well, a couple of people are still saying hello. Arcane Vixen! Artsy Yellow! Get to the Gamba going. Whoops, I almost just typed /Gamba. That's not the way it goes. So the winner was how many designs I critique, so it's gonna be this, and we do, I think, have 1, 2, 3. I have 7 that are prepared. We'll see if we actually get to... Oh, excuse me, hiccup. All 7. There we go. Start prediction. YouTube, we can guess. Let's see. How many designs will we get through today? 4, 5, 6, 7. Bam. All right. So you can vote. Wait, does it mean you're participating as a moderator? Huh? Who? Who? Who participating as moderator? Me? Where? How? What do you mean? What, Rex? Bun a bell? Oh, wait, that would make more sense, probably. I do see that. I am not participating in the Gamba. I don't. So the Gamba gave me a warning. Oh, you're allowed to participate in it as a moderator. They only warn about that just because a moderator could decide to like refund all points if they lose. I trust that you guys aren't going to do that. You guys are allowed to participate, yeah. If you participate and you can't resolve it, yeah. So that's fine. that is okay. You guys can all participate. I can do any resolving as needed because I don't participate in it. So it should be all right. Going the bold 6 today. Wow, that is bold considering we're an hour and 15 into stream. That is bold. But if we lock in, anything is possible with Popsicle. Puts my glasses back on my eyeballs because I took them off for some unknown reason. And there was supposed to be a snack. Thank you, Rex, for a snack. I'm gonna take the snack opportunity to actually just drink a bunch of hot chalky. I'm a non-believer. Ririku, why don't you have faith in me? Is it maybe because I don't think I could teach more than 5 designs in maybe 4 months? Because honestly, that's fair. Yeah, hot chalky. It's always hot chalky season for me, but it's like truly becoming more and more hot chalky season recently. I will lock in. Let me just have a little more bevy. I believe in you. Thanks. Appreciate it. One part of jacket is off the shoulders, one part on, mayhaps. That does qualify for off the shoulder jacket if you're talking about for bingo's sake. Gotta go, gotta work, but still have a wonderful stream. Thank you. Good luck with your work. All right, Kamiye. So, as far as concept goes, I think the fact that we are getting sort of unnaturally dark all the way across the design element is lending into that shadow idea. And that is something that's not uncommon to see from a demon type of design as well anyways. We also have the horns and we have the tail, which point us in the right direction for demon too, or at least creature, or something that is some kind of thing of the night that is creeping under the shroud of darkness. I think that those are things we'll be able to determine pretty easily looking at this. So conceptually, I see that. As far as the element of liking stars goes, that's interesting because I would have expected under that circumstance to see a star motif, perhaps. I don't know if that I'm seeing any motifs that directly relate to it other than the fact that there is a scattering of freckles across the body. And I feel like that's something that could be better incorporated into the design if that is something that you are interested in. Where you have this pattern here that is on your... I actually don't know what to call this object. What would we call this? Piece of fabric that is hanging out under a belt. Teeny tiny star motif. Yeah. I was thinking that this might be something that is better. This pattern may be better served if it's something celestial, if that is the case. And you know, we do tend to associate the night sky and stuff like that with sleeping and dreaming too. So we could modify it. Yeah, gloop it up in the bingo was an early joke, but we do make certain designs have... We've used it not... It's not extremely common, but we do it from time to time. We did it for You Gloopy, anyone who is slime themed or has like drippy stuff, or anyone who we need to like increase the like icky factor of sometimes. We'll do gloop it up for them. See the stars kind of moving on the character, very pretty. Oh, these stars that are moving, that's me. There's no animation here if that's what you're talking about. The dust particles is me. If you're talking about the little spots, those, however, I do read as being star-like, though. But that is the only star hint I'm getting otherwise. But yeah, that's my overlay. We usually can't see it very well because it's not very high contrast. We can see it only over the dress. That's the only place there's enough contrast for it. If they pass over me, I think you can see them, though. I think yeah, do you see it in my hair? Subtle. Good idea, but like star dress, like if you look at it from the sky, it'll look like a star. Ah, see, no, I see what you mean. Yeah. That would be neat to add then. Yeah, so I was thinking even if just in like this area, if we had some sort of celestial patterning. What do, let me look at star charts really quickly. Because I feel like star charts also have some kinds of interesting shapes on them. That's not how you spell star chart. Star chats! There we go. Yeah, so we could still keep like something circular maybe. Because it does seem like a lot of the times the star charts are contained in something like radial in some capacity. But it might just be a more specific reference if you did something like that here. Whoops, that's opacity. Can I shrink the size of this, please? Actually, there we go. So like you still could maybe have like overlapping circles. These are really great circles. I'm an expert at drawing circles, in case you were wondering. But then within your circles, you could have the stars. This is all way too thick, probably, but you kind of get the idea, right? Of like, here's my constellation. Here's this constellation. And they can be like a little bit more specific or something. Something that we were looking at. But then that's a little bit more specific. There's any other symbols for the night sky that could be good too. The suggestion of making the skirt a little bit more star-shaped is interesting, but I'm wondering if we could get away with even just like, this might be hard to sort of draw on here without losing everything, but you know, your trim could be, actually, I don't know why I covered both of them. Hang on, leave the bottom one. Your trim could have some sort of star motif going on with it, where you can have, like, this. Even if we don't fully reshape the skirt into being star-shaped from, like, a top view. But that, honestly, is also a good idea of how we can incorporate things. These are fractal images? Fractal images, what do you mean? Fractals? Fractals are the thing where they like just like get smaller and smaller inside of each other. What do you mean? Rings of Saturn, maybe? Yeah, rings of Saturn could also be good for something if we're doing things that are meant to stand out off the body. These leg straps, which are not very specific right now, could be something that takes up space and extends off the edge of the body. Like that, which would add to silhouette. Right now it's hard to see, it's on a white background. But yeah, you could extend things off the edges of the body. I was thinking about with this thing, with this version of the outfit too, recently I've become a fan of the fact that we can tie knots in certain shapes so that way they look like certain icons, and you could tie these knots so that they have like loops that make it star-shaped almost, or I mean that's a very round thing. So if I could draw it to look more like a star, like this, and then like that, and then like that, and then like that, and then like that. So then it's physically worked into the way that it's tied in sort of an interesting or slightly subtle way. And maybe you don't have to do it for both, because this would be very busy over here. It'd be less busy here. Similarly, because these are completely symmetrical, and because we can't see this very well against the other thigh element, I'm wondering if it might be better to terminate where this one is tied like higher up the body. So like if it was like tied here for just some natural asymmetry mayhaps, then we can see the edges of it just a little bit clearer. Because we did put it against something that is the exact same values and hues as it is. Hello all, best and have a great day. Thank you, Ruka! How? I look at idol from here. Oh, you mean as far as what you thought the character was? I do see a little bit of idol in the design as well, based mostly in the skirt shape. We do tend to associate that really A-line skirt with an idol. Oh, one of the other things I was going to suggest for concept with being a demon, I love seeing this in designs, and it's just the like little like subtle cloven hoof element. There were these shoes, what were they called? A couple years ago, they got kind of popular, where they split the toe just a little bit. So it does seem like you have goat elements, and that might just be something that's, I don't know why I drew it on the other one, but it might just be something that's so simple and so small. But then if we were to take this into a silhouette, we'd get a little bit more detail out of that would point us in the direction of goat or demon too. Nice, right? Tabis, yeah, also have that, but I'm talking about there was like a dress shoe that did that. Not Tabi, but those have existed for much longer and have been popular probably also for longer. Star concept is coming through, but how to do the daydreaming concept? That is a good question. Daydreaming conceptually, what things could we use to represent the concept of daydreaming? When we daydream, they say that you kind of have your head in the clouds, or, you know, you're lost in thought. So I'm trying to just kind of like word things out a little bit. Clouds, smoke, Poppy shoes, they use the same name. Oh, do they? That's so interesting. Okay, never mind. You guys are right. Thank you for your I didn't realize they use the same name. That's funny. That's like the thing where my sister used to wear these like sheer cardigans that were called kimonos. I was like, girl, that's not a kimono. That's not what that is. You've just taken a word from somewhere else and applied it to something it's not. I guess in the case of those shoes, though, it is still taking like one of the primary elements of the original shoe that it's named after. But man, auroras come to mind when at night. I do think that auroras already are somewhat present in this design. I'm assuming that is what the inspiration for the purple, blue, little bits of green that are happening throughout the shading, the iridescence. I'm thinking that's what influenced those, maybe. Have clouds swirl around them, maybe. Oh, fruit fly, go away. Leave me alone, please. Fruit flies are evil and terrible, and because they are attracted to carbon dioxide, the fact that I'm breathing is making him want to hang out around my face, and it's driving me crazy. Jumping off y'all's ideas, what about nebula space clouds? Ooh, interesting. I will say, trying to render nebulas or like the galaxies and things like that on a VTuber design end up a little bit tonally disconnected from the rest of designs a lot of the time because their level of detail is so high. So it might be hard to pare that down enough to make it clear that we are referencing a galaxy or nebula without making it too over detailed. Like, it's a hard balance to strike. It's definitely possible, but it is a hard balance to strike. And my suggestion to all of you, I know that it can be something you might want to do, or you might want to just take a real picture of a galaxy and use it in the design, or use pre-made galaxy brushes and stuff in your program of choice. The level of detail rarely works out correctly. You sort of have to draw it yourself, which is a little bit annoying. What about the third eye idea, or is it too much? Is third eye associated with daydreaming? It might be. I don't tend to associate it with daydreaming. I tend to associate third eye with... I guess maybe, actually. Maybe. I'm thinking that the clouds might be in the right direction. Daydreaming goes against shadow of a dream, though. Daydreaming is a bright feeling. That is also true. Daydreaming. This is like night dreaming, not day dreaming. But that is interesting that they have both. Like space, stars, and daydreaming. Shadow of a dream. Those things are a little bit at odds with each other, maybe. Third eye is more for seeing beyond. Yeah, I associate them with like psychic powers, too. So I'm not sure if that exactly makes sense. Pink lens glasses. That would be something that'd be an interesting suggestion for fixing something else that is going on here, but we'll get to that after. Sorry, then? No, you don't need to be sorry. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Daydreaming equals awake. Yeah, and I think this is not awake fully? It's a state of mind. Yeah. Third, I would push this into alien. Yeah, potentially. Huh. Because regular dreaming isn't that hard to convey in a design, but daydreaming and like shadows of dreams are a little tougher. Concept of characters dreamwalking into other streams via psychic powers. What is the creature? Is it anteaters that via, is it Japanese mythology? Eat people's dreams? Working a dream catcher in design could work. Maybe, but I would be careful about that because it could be misused or it could fall into like cultural appropriation perhaps. I'm not sure how open of a like cultural item dream catchers are because they're often created by people who are not a part of the religion that uses them, unfortunately. Okapi are associated with dreams. Tapirs? Like drowsy. Baku. Interesting. What did I think it was? I had the complete wrong animal. Do any... These animals... They're like pig-like, right? Yeah, okay, they've got a very specific nose, but they don't have horns. When they're young, the patterning that they have on them is something that could be aligned potentially with stars. If we look at like, look how cute he is, little guy. Like, I wonder if some patterning like this might push us in that direction, maybe? Will today be a 6 review day? knows, Revity? Dream catchers are for catching bad dreams as far as I know. Yeah, they are. That would be an interesting angle to bring in as far as symbolism with dreams goes. For being a shadow of a dream, I think the color palette is already working pretty well. Oop, hang on. What happened there? Brush. Work for me. It might even be further interesting if the character had a shadow too. What if, this might be strange to suggest, what if cute little mascot creature that lives coming from like the shadow of this character. So like we have the like shadow rising up. Here's his little nose. I'm not really drawing a whole character, but like here are his ears, and then you can have his patterning on him or something. I don't know. I've made him a very long ghost. I probably have to like tuck him in here and not show all of this. But if we had just like shadow on the ground where they're standing, we could assume that this is from the same material. I think I've drawn dog ears accidentally. But you get the idea, maybe? Yeah, Tapir's shadow could be galaxy sparkly like Nebula. Yes, a stand user. Also maybe, yeah. Here, this is my pretend attempt. Look, he's sparkly now. You could give him like blue eyes or something so that he matches, and give him other elements that make him like a cute little pet. He's got his little collar on or something. I don't know. Maybe he's got two collars on so that we get a cross motif like you have in other places, and then we can have like a long dangly on it. I don't know. Something of that capacity. What if purple eyes to match that pale purple color? Could have purple eyes. Although those don't contrast quite as well, at least with the way I'm doing it right now on a multiply layer. But that could be an interesting angle for conveying some more of those elements into the design, maybe. Space stars. Oh, I was surprised that we have an interesting cutout. We've got a couple interesting cutouts. But the cutouts themselves are not influenced by the motifs at all either. So if we're looking for other opportunities of places we could add stars, something as shrimple as just making this like a four-pointed star almost is just another subtle way of incorporating that motif into the design. And as long as you're not showing anything, it should still fall within Twitch TOS. So like that would be fine. You could also have, you know, cutouts along the side here that are more specifically star-shaped too, to convey a little bit more of it subtly. Tapir's shadow is easily a few $100s in rigging. Yeah, you know, specifically a lot of live 2D artists, they don't tell you about this, but they do specify in their terms of service that there is a plus like 75% to your total cost rule, specifically if you try and have any kind of shadow animal incorporated into your design, especially if it's tapirs, because, you know, that is an incredibly terrifying animal to your average live 2D rigger. The artists, not so much. The artists are more embracing of it, which is why the riggers had to put their feet down. What if the mascot was swirling around their head? Maybe. It could be. We're just trying to get the general idea of them, not the exact execution maybe of them, but just the idea for this fella of how they could modify things maybe. So for concept, I think that that is the bulk of the things that I had conceptually maybe. It's just that we can maybe push a little bit more of the space and stars angle, because despite that being something you really like, I'm not seeing a ton of it here. So we could use a little bit more of the space and stars theming. But I do think that the color palette is carrying most of your concept, and then the type of creature that you are also helps us to be thinking in the right direction. So there's some little things that we could add to the concept to make it stronger, but it's not really anything dire, perhaps. So I'd say we're most on the right track, so I'd put it right there. 4, focal point. We kind of started to talk about this earlier. Shrewmates, what is the focal point for you? What is the focal point for you? Shadow kangaroos, fine. Wombats, perfectly acceptable. Tapirs, immediate 1k fine. Yeah. Man, so wait, they're okay with Australian animals specifically, it seems like. Blue and purple clothing, jacket. Eyes, jacket-ish. Jacket maybe. Jacket on left, purple square on the right. Eyes, white hair, shoes. Yeah. So generally, especially on this one, I am... Oh my gosh, fruit fly landing on my glasses. Leave me alone. Dude, go away. Let me be. Hey, stop trying to fly in my eyeballs. It's not kind. It's not fair. What did I do to you? I apparently gave you something that was sustenance to sustain your life. And this is how you repay me. Come on. Oh, Tetra Dust, thank you for following. Jacket or the leg strap. Okay, we're gonna focus and pretend the fruit fly doesn't exist. So definitely the jacket is the primary focal point over here. Here, I end up looking here to the hip, to the underside of the skirt, and then the shoes also, especially if this was on a more neutral background. If I go like, let's see, like this. The shoes really stand out. Oh, you can see I didn't cut the insides of the arms out. Whoopsie. There we go. The shoes really stand out. They really stand out. So, unfortunately, the face is not at all focal. And I do think that that is partially intentional, because they have directly chosen that the skin color is exactly the hair color. Because they are sort of going for this monochromatic effect with the skin and the hair to convey to us that this person is a shadow. Normally, I would probably have trouble with the clarity around the face, but I'm not, because the hair is lightened around the edges of the face in a way that I would say is pretty effective. But unfortunately, when you have a design that is 90%-ish one color undertone, which is the black, the very low saturation, yeah, actually no saturation colors, anywhere where you have saturation is immediately going to become more visually important to us. So, I do think that this could be one of those opportunities where an entirely new eye color could be beneficial. Let's do a total eye color replacement and just try something. Because we have like a little bit more of like teal colors, and I'm wondering if we push the eyes a little bit more green, if that would help them to pop just a little bit more in the face. Let's see, tonal correction. We just slide through some hues. Like, I don't want to push them too green, but like that seems like it's helping a little bit. They're really saturated. But teal seems to help just a little bit. We might need to push some of the values in here darker. Just so that, clip that, turn it down. Just so that they aren't as high contrast. Too, if we push the sleeves back, that'll probably help at least bring the focal point up a little bit more. There we go. If I blur this out then. Where's my blur? There we go. That's helping a little bit. So like we can still tell that they're wearing a bright blue jacket, but it's not as bright blue. And then, changes eye color. Let's get that bingo, folks. Yay! Do I get bingo for my own? Do I even have that? I used a color layer to change the eye color, so double bingo points maybe for you. Man, yeah, I don't have that as an option on mine. Darn it. We could also try yellow for the eye color. Where was it? This layer? Let me turn it all the way up. Tonal... Woo, where is it? There we go. Well, even more green. Ooh, this lime is kind of nice. Oops, hang on. Whoa. My mouse is like not working properly. Hang on. Hello, mouse, can you work? This more lime green is also kind of nice also. My eyes are still in the jacket. I'm not done. I'm not done. Orange would be better to match the purple and blue though. Lime ain't that bad. Yeah, lime's not too bad. We can keep sliding. Yellow with a more orange undertone might not be too bad either. That is really contrasty. I'm wondering if we even like pushed... Red might be too scary. I don't think for as much as they are a shadow, I don't think demon is the angle they're intending. Like really totally scary demon. But even like a more magenta eye could be something that works well to make the eyes a little more focal. Yeah. Green and purple are opposite colors. Almost. Purple and yellow, I think, are complements more specifically, but close. I got a multiply layer for bingo. I did use a multiply layer. I did do that also. Teal and magenta. Yeah, teal or magenta might be good for pushing the eye in the right direction. And then the other thing that I'm wondering is just if the horns on the top of the head had more color on them. Right now they're mostly gray and black, but if they were mostly purple and blue, like we could still like have them transition. And like, you know, maybe one of them has a little bit more blue than the other. But just this way we're distributing those colors a little bit more, because the reason why the jacket is so focal is because it's the only element where there is really any large amount of purple or blue. And then there's a lot of contrast coming from the fact that it's right against the darkest colors of the design. So if we were to put some of this darkest black up here in the hair, maybe. Oh, it kind of already is up here. Oh boy, hang on, this might not actually work. Full darkness in the hair. Hang on. Wah. Sort of against where these are hanging out. And then have those be even brighter. That's sort of offsetting a little bit. It's bringing the focal point up steadily, slowly a little bit higher. Instead of white strands, she has blue. That could also be an option, maybe. We could try that. Or purple. I feel like the purple has been used more sparingly. So therefore, if we use the purple for the white strands, that might be more effective than the blue. But honestly, we can have a little bit of both happening maybe too. And maybe also especially if we are only doing the white strands around the face with purple. Let's see, if I do this as a color layer, will that work? Kind of. It's kind of doing what I wanted. I don't know if I like the magenta eyes. I might change them back to green. Where is that here? Oh my gosh, work with me. My mouse does not want to work. For some reason, when I'm live, my mouse does not like to click and hold under any circumstance. There we go. Lime. Like, that is helping make the face a bit more focal. We could even put, yeah, like somebody said, eyeshadow or something. There's already a little bit of blue under the eyes. We could have even more of that. Under the eye, on top of the eye. Right now, the eyelashes aren't fully the darkest color either. Which could be part of why they're not focal as well. They could be pushed even darker. For as much as that removes some detail. And you just push them just a little bit darker. And then, yeah, we could have the blue. Hang on. Continuing onto the upper eyelid as well, maybe. What is happening? I'm selecting blue and it's drawing in gray. I might just have totally the wrong thing selected right now. Hang on. Whoops, hang on. I wasn't liking that already. Put it on this layer. And they could definitely put it in a little bit cleaner than what I'm doing. And there we go. That's all. I think that's all helping make the eyes pop a little more. Their eye highlights are mirrored. Are they? Oh no! You're so right! No! Oh, one of my top, like, 2 greatest pet peeves. Please, fellas, make sure that your rigger doesn't make your irises mirrored. Please make sure, because I have learned that a lot of the time, this is only happening in the rigging. This isn't something that is coming from the original art. It's because the rigger is rigging essentially once, and then they just copy it to the other side. For as much as, like, that's something that's not noticeable at all at any distance, that is just, like, one of my, like, little nitpicks that drive me nuts in designs. Oh, hi, Almantas. I think you tried to rotate my head, but nothing happened. I'll rotate my head for you if that was the case. Is everything broken? I spent so long trying to make my redeems work properly over the weekend, but it seems like maybe they still don't work. Can I have a spinach, please? There we go. I'll just spin. I think I saw it rotate. Oh, I might have just been slightly too late to see. 07. How are you, fella? Just makes them look a little cross-eyed. Yeah, it does make them decently cross-eyed, unfortunately. It's more natural when they are mirrored, because the light source would only cast highlights like that if it was between the eyes. That wouldn't work. Oh, Selva! Go back for 15 months! That is still so incredibly strange to see as a number to me. Every time we get a new number unlock for how many months it's been, I'm like, I've been doing it that long. Crazy. Insane, even. Welcome back, Selma! I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us! Yay! Yeah! There we go. I like that Edward is including Selma's rotation too. If you guys also have Selma's rotation, I guess you can rotate at Selma with her own powers too. Rotate her sheep. As I am looking here, I think we have effectively made the focal point clearer. And I think especially over here, the focal point will work completely as intended. If I were to just move all of these elements over to it. This would be a little bit distracting still, but not nearly as much as the blue coat was. So, for focal point, unfortunately, the face was not fighting really at all. The eyes were like at the bottom of our list of things that we were looking at. We were looking at the jacket, we were looking at the element on the hip, we were looking at the shoes, and then coming to the eyes. Just because the face wasn't unique by any way. We gotta make the face unique in the quantity of a color it has, in the contrast it has, in the level of detail it has, and it seems like adding more color and more color variation there is the way to do it. Yes, rubric is rainbow now. We have a new rubric rarity. It's minorly changed. There's not a ton of changes to it. Also, leap motion. One of these days you'll figure out that I'm not always touching my face. If I put my arm down and lean forward, half the time it thinks I'm touching my face. It's so weird. Pride rubric, kind of. This rubric is very proud of all of you, and it is also just a little bit gay. Petrified Phantom! Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Design rubric 1.1. Honestly, I'd be willing. I'm calling it the 2.0. Not that it's been changed extensively. It's mostly been visually changed, but I did I did clarify a couple of the categories here. A little bit. Which is why the focal point is also being graded so low right now. For color palette, the choice of colors themselves, that blue and the black and the purple, are nice. They're delicious. Very harmonious. You are in a bit of an analogous palette with those colors. Even our addition of green keeps you in the analogous palette. I will say, in the body, there's a little bit of low contrast moments happening as far as value goes. The hair and the face merging together a little bit is not the greatest of my worries, just because I feel like that's an intentional thing you've done because you are a shadow. But where, you know, we're looking in the center of the body here with the cutouts and stuff, they're a little bit hard to see, but it's not too bad. I would be willing, I think, to give you full points, because for what it's worth, I can zoom out all the way and I can still tell where your hair is, and I can still tell where your dress starts and ends. So I think I'd be willing to give you full points for color palette. It is an interesting palette as well. Pardon me, I'm using software design guidelines for versioning. You know, that is fair. I don't think I do that here. At what point would I call it 2.0 then, under software design guidelines? If I were to make a major overhaul to it, is that what it would be? Major version change? I feel like this was still a major version change in some capacity. It looks completely different than it used to. Not completely, but the colors are completely different. I don't know. Silhouette. Oh, we didn't really talk at all about silhouette here. Let me turn off all the things that I did. Put us back to the origin. There we go. So, the silhouette has a little bit of asymmetry happening in it. We've got the hair being pushed off to one side, a little bit of, you know, natural asymmetry from the fact that the hair is not drawn exactly the same left to right. The tail also is not drawn perfectly the same left to right. We've got one element on the sleeve that's a little bit different. We've got a couple little extra bumpies. But overall, it is still pretty symmetrical. It's not the worst. I feel like there are some elements that are helping to make you somewhat identifiable. The fact that your hair is posed off to one side, your horns, your tail a little bit. But I think you could use a little bit more of something in here, which is why I was adding the little like toe cutout in here, because that suddenly makes your silhouette more specific. Whoops, hang on. That suddenly makes your silhouette significantly more specific, because we don't see that nearly as often. And then I do wonder if maybe just a little more asymmetry would be good for us. If, you know, if one of these sleeves was further down than the other. Oh, this is clipped, so I'm going to draw it over here. But like, you know, if this was down here, that might help. If we exaggerated how long this element is, that might help. Or like if we can see that there's a second on this side, that could help. Little things like that. If your horns had damage to them or something, where we can see that there's a little bit of like play along the edge of them, that could help. We just need a couple little things, it seems like, in order to push the silhouette just a bit more. Triangle shaped line, which is good. That is true. Does have good visual weight. We've got a very wide point around the waist, which is what we want. Not necessarily on the waist, but we do want somewhere we can see there's a general shape happening here that isn't just like a... Although you can do this sometimes for characters and it does work. You just have to exaggerate it. But big diamond shape. Good to have. That works out. And then we'll do a ladder test. Let me grab my line tool. Oops, we won't be able to see that purple. He's red. There we go. Major version requiring 2.0 would usually involve changes so extensive it may break compatibility, like with APIs, for example. Oh, I mean, I did start stream by saying that we may not be able to compare grades from the original rubric to grades we get from this rubric, just because the way I've reorganized it may change the grades to a noticeable degree. But we'll see if that ends up being true. So we'll find out. If that is the case, then maybe we can fully call it a 2.0. But otherwise, maybe it is just 1.1. Is the explanation in my song still good, though? I feel like it's mostly still good. I think most of what I did was just clarify a couple points about the way that I'm grading complexity versus clarity as just being about level of detail, as opposed to also including contrast as far as hue and value goes. So I think it's still mostly accurate. Here's my ladder test for this one. Let's see. Oh wait, you're still here. Hello. There we go. Thoughts about climbing this ladder? I see Rex already threw something at me. Yo, it's the most Fungi's are artist. Hope stream is going well. Thank you. Stream is going well. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you also for your lovely ladder donations. I do agree. This is a ladder that I don't think I'd want to climb. There's a little bit of repetition happening up here around the head, and there's clustering happening lower in the design, which I think is also what's not helping with the focal point. The fact that, yeah, it is getting a little safe around the face. The repetition is a little bit even, which makes it not stand out as much. And then there's more variation in the lower body, which makes the lower body stand out more. But it is at least a dangerous ladder. So, me bring him back. Come here, come back. There we go. I think we can grade silhouette now also. Yeah, there we go. Marine. Wow, we did spend an entire hour on this one despite my best attempts at not doing that. What can you do? So, the silhouette is identifiable, I will say, but it could be expanded upon. For sure. A little more asymmetry. So I think this is where we're going to see a lot of fellas losing a half point, is because I am being more strict about what the 1 point category is for silhouette. But then for complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail here is fine, but I do think that some of the details could support the concept a little bit better. Would plushify pretty easily though, and make a very adorable, very cute plushie for that, for what it's worth though. But for being a thumbnail fella, usually the thumbnail fellas end up somewhere in the like 8, 9 plus region. I do think that this change to the rubric is going to broaden what that range might include down to 7 or even lower potentially. So we'll see. Let's see. So what is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half, 7.5. Yeah. So this is, I do believe the new rubric is affecting things pretty significantly. It may be harder to get a 10 out of 10 now than it used to be. Is the new rubric in the Discord yet? Yep. It's in both places you could usually find the rubric in the Discord now. Yeah. Can we get a round of applause for Camille? Please. You are still so very cute, and a 75 is absolutely passing by my book, so don't worry about it. But we just want you to push it a little bit more, mayhaps. So I need you all to know that that's not my hand. If I go like that, it makes it stop, but every time it makes it look like I'm itching my face. I'm not doing that. My hand is actually stuck under one of my legs to keep it warm because I have poor circulation. All right, next thumbnail fella. I'm gonna take another sippy of hot chalky. I'm gonna see if I can speed us up just a little bit. Get us just a slightly better pacing here. This is Fortuna, she, her, at Fortuna6, but in Roman numerals. Fortuna?
Bring. Hello, this is about your subscription to Initiate Weekly for all of your not allowed group memes. Reply yes for this week's newsletter on what scent of candles you should ask for rituals. Scream no. Stop. What are you doing? For skipping this week.
Stop! Thank you for the bit, Selma. I do see that they are responding yes, but they're not me, and I think that my yes is going to be taken out of context and used against me in some capacity. I stay ever vigilant, you'll never catch me slipping. Stop, what are you doing? Yeah. Please let me skip this week. Hair is so cool. The hair is cute. Let me get a little bit more hot chalky, and then I'll read the text we have accompanying here. So, Fortuna is an illusionist creature that was tricked by a pact with a mage. That fruit fly flew and bounced off my lip.
Cold, the air and water flowing. Hard, the land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are.
Wait, what song is that? Why do I know that song? Strong United, working till we fall and we all drift? What song is this? What song is this? Is this a folk song of some sort? Fortua from Warframe. Wait. Why is that? That's referenced in a Nightwish song. I swear to you. I swear to God. Hang on, I have to tangent because I feel like I'm going crazy. There's a Nightwish song that uses some capacity of those lyrics. Hang on. I swear to God. I swear to you. Is it? How's the Heart? Is that the one that it's in? Can I get lyrics for that, please? Still beats. Just stay as the heart is. No, hang on. No, maybe that's not the one. Darn it. What is the... It's been a minute since I listened to Nightwish. Me too, which is why I can't think of what it is. I love Nightwish. My father and I used to sing Nightwish songs very loudly in the car. What is it? What is the song? Is it Harvest? Is that one of the other ones on this album? 100 grains, one single. I swear to God. During the harvest of 100 fields, herding and taming. I swear to God, it's not. It might not be this one either, but there is a Nightwish song that has very similar lyrics as that, and I got tricked. I'm watching this fruit fly. Okay, I need to focus though. I need to stop looking at Nightwish lyrics. To be fair, pretty common idea among folksy songs. Yeah, that's probably true. But it was similar enough. The Land We Call Home, something about Song of Sons and Daughters, Hide the heart of who we are. Something about those parts particularly made me think that it was the same one. I swear there's one that references it. Anyways, Fortuna. Trapped inside a gemstone for the mage to use her powers until she was set free by another pact with another person many centuries later. Her form was distorted because she doesn't remember her past form, so she mirrored many features of her previous owners. Intriguing. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Nissa. It was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Selma, please? Thank you, Selma. Make sure you say thank you. You were gifted. Glad I managed to catch the original singer for Nightwish at one of our local Riscata Chula heavy Christmas concerts. What the heck? I never got to see her. Nightwish never comes to the US, I swear. They've been here a couple of times, I feel like, but like not enough. And I don't think they came very often back when it was the original singer. Man, the US of A is tough for some of them. Perks of being Finnish. I envy you. She was so cool. I like their current singer, but yeah, I like their original singer better. Fortuna! I'm going to guess that the new owner that Fortuna has was a jester. There is a pretty strong jester motif happening here. Having these types of like angular ribbons with checkerboard patterns and bells on the ends of them, leave me alone, is a pretty clear hallmark of some type of jester or clown related element. So I'm going to guess that that is where that is coming from. Yeah, the Harlequin pattern. Once again, this is another VTuber. Oh, I missed. I thought I was gonna get him. Darn. What was I gonna say? I got distracted. I tried to kill the fruit fly and I missed. Better luck next time. Another couple similar motifs happening here. We have a decent amount of stars and moons throughout, which the star being incorporated into the belt physically is nice. It seems like it's tattooed on the leg. And then also as a hair clip, a moon on the leg as well. And then also some demon-like elements in the horns and in the goat-like tail again. So I might make a similar suggestion as I made before. Just 'cause it's on the mind. Why not cloven hoof your shoes? Do it. Try it. It might be fun. You might like it. It might be nice. For you, I think you need a more specific horn shape, and you could have a type of horn also that adds more to your silhouette. The fact that you were trapped in something for a long time, and maybe it seems like you don't have that much control over your life, I feel like we could see more of that also in your outfit too, where right now things seem very prim and proper, but I'm imagining for somebody who was trapped somewhere for an incredibly long time, they might not be so well put together, or their clothing might show a little bit more wear. I'm also just doing a little bit of things to clarify some silhouette around the top of your head too. If we just push the hair in a little bit, suddenly your little jester bells are clearer in silhouette. Your horns, because they are little double spike horns, could just be taller. And what happens if we like push them into a really extreme shape? What if they almost form a circle, like a halo around your head? That feels more specific. Because right now they read a little bit as just like a generic demon horn. But if I go like that, I didn't do a good job making this symmetrical. But if we go like that, they feel more specific. They're adding more to the silhouette in an interesting way. Bigger horns, bigger bows. Yeah, honestly, we could probably do both. Weep. I'm not making them huge, but just a bit bigger. Might be good. Honestly, they could even be longer too, even if just like the bottom one was longer. There we go. We have to bring some of the white checkering back in. You get the idea. You understand what I'm going for here. We could just have more exaggeration in general in those areas. Yeah, more. Give me more. Fluffy jumper with bows is very cute. It is very cute. Once again, we could do more. Oh, wait, the background color. Hang on. This is so similar to the background color. We could go even bigger and crazier and fluffier with this kind of stuff. Even down here. Especially if this is a character who has been trapped somewhere for a long time. fur can get really like ratty and like almost start like falling apart and falling off of whatever it's attached to. And that might be an interesting way of adding some subtle asymmetry that's sort of natural feeling to the design too. Then we can see that the element of being trapped, you were stuck for a long time, so your clothing maybe is not perfect. It's not in terrible shape, but it definitely has some wear to it. But then we can tell there's a little bit more going on here too, maybe. Signed to auto-sub to a subscription service that delivers live goats to your house every month. Whoa, that's an interesting subscription service. I wonder who that exists for. Who is the target audience of that? Oh, this also doesn't make a ton of sense with the way that we can't see it behind everywhere. It kind of cuts off somewhere that I don't know if makes full sense. But if we saw it going all the way around the head, that might work a little bit bigger. Is today Demons or Goat Day? Honestly, it may as well be, because we look at the next person. They're not a demon. They're Luchador. This is a bear. It's a cat. It's a moth or a butterfly of some sort. But at least the first two both are, which is funny. Why is Twitch going crazy? Twitch isn't going crazy. Twitch is just being their usual silly selves. So, I do think we could use more repetition of some of the motifs. Like, if we were to have, like, just the bottoms of these bows in the sharper shape language that your jester bows are in, that might be kind of nice. So there's repetition. You could even have, like, bells on the center one. This bow could even be bigger for where it is in the center of the chest, so that way there's a little bit of hierarchy in your ribbons. Biggest bow at the center of the body, and then the ones on your sleeves by contrast are smaller, which is probably fine. If we want to play more into the angle, the fact that you were trapped and don't have a ton of control over what's going on around you, you can make the bow asymmetrical in the way that it's hanging, but we don't necessarily have to do that. Curious, it's still suspicious. Huh? Goat Milk Emporium? What are you guys talking about? What is going on? Do I need a jingle keys for you guys? We're talking about goat milk emporiums while I'm trying to ruffle the fur of a demon. Talking about a hypothetical anime where a guy gets canceled. Oh wait, whoops! Rex, delete the message. It's okay, there's a little bit of a learning curve. It's alright, it happens. Tuck this back in here. I'm just going through and exaggerating things. I wanted to reply, it's okay, it happens. I figure there's gonna be a couple of accidental mishaps in the moderation this week and the future coming weeks as we learn the ropes. Don't worry about it. The number of times I've done something I didn't mean to do in moderation is innumerable. These could be sharper and steeper shapes that turn more in on the inside, and we can repeat the motif that I created for you in your horn by adding sharpness and things arcing. I think what I'm just looking for is a little bit of specificity in some of the elements, but I think we could just do with a little more exaggeration sort of overall. Are you seeing what I'm meaning? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Exaggeration is our friend. It's down topic, but I want to brainstorm about this, Lamau. You can brainstorm about it in the Discord if you want to do some brainstorming about it. You are more than welcome to. Drop shadows under the hair. That is also true. We'll get to that also. I just wanted to be in sort of the concept and silhouette land first, because that's sort of where my first thoughts were. If we look, oh my gosh, my mouse, please work with me. This compared to this as far as silhouette goes, it's a little more interesting. Do we see? Also, if you're noticing, she has 2 different length pigtails, but we can't tell that that's happening in this version here. And I'm wondering, A, why the hair is 2 different lengths. B, I'm wondering if we could make it clearer that the hair is 2 different lengths. We could make it so that it seems like one side of the hair got like really aggressively chopped. And then that adds more to silhouette. And then that might make it clearer to tell what's happening. Oh my gosh. Bugs. The bugs! Oh, I didn't tell you guys, we have another mouse again. So we're never safe. There's always things living in my house that are not meant to be living in my house, and we just have to accept it. That's what it's like living in a city, I guess, in the US of A, in an apartment. Hi, X-Team. Hello. Discord, LOL. Also, why is the character so gorgeous already? True, she is very cute already. I do agree with that. Giving just broke up, giving self haircut. The classic, I need to feel like I have control over something in my life haircut, yeah. But then that makes it a little more exaggerated, and that'll make it clearer, especially here, if we can see that that's happening. And we could push this edge out around the coat a little bit more. I think I'm the one who made the coat wider there, but we might just have to do that to make it work. But that way it's just clearer that the hair is damaged. This needs more dirt, right? Or nay? Yeah, I think that's sort of what I was getting at. I don't know if more dirt, but you can put it down for that category, and that I think we should see a little bit more wear and tear in the design, just based on some of the things we're getting about the lore, mayhaps. It's in the lore that she mirrored other people's appearances since she forgot her own appearance. Seems to be hair from— oh, 2 different people! Ah! That makes sense. I see. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. So then what if one of the people has, like, really, like, straight, angular hair, and one person has wavier hair? We could just totally change the way that we've stylized the 2 different sides of the head. Where, like, you know, have you ever seen when people draw hair like this, where it's, like, more of a flat line? And then, yeah, maybe this part is longer on this side of the head to be this other person. You get the little bits that are longer and shorter. Let me, like, go like this. We can see where the edge of it is. But we can just make it so that it's clearly more different. Wow. Because right now it still seemed similar enough that I wasn't sure about what was going on with it. There we go. So then I think if we look at this, we're more likely to realize that something more extreme is happening, right? There we go. Variety. Make the bangs asymmetrical? Oh, yeah, you're right. We could make the bangs asymmetrical. Could make it also so that the bangs are just, like, longer or something, where the brown hair is or where the white hair is. I'm trying to, like, square it off more for the brown parts. That way, let's see, a hoge also maybe, but that way it'll feel more varied. Yeah. Glowy eyes toggle would look so cool if it's meant to be a VTuber. I believe this is a VTuber. I believe she is active as a VTuber as well. And this is still the current design as far as I can tell too. Yeah. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep making edits on... They provide me multiple versions, and I'm like, oh hell yeah, I'll use both versions. And then I don't put all of my edits... What? Hello? Copy, paste. I don't put both of my edits... Hello? Oh, there we go. Onto the same version of the design I was working on. I don't know why I do that. There we go. Cover that. Cover that. There we go. So now we can see all the edits sort of in one place. There we go. Nice! When you draw on the wrong layer. I wasn't even drawing on the wrong layer, it just wasn't letting me copy and paste it for some reason. But now we got it. So, more exaggeration, more variety in the shapes that the hair is taking on. Does have pointy ears, which is for bingo for me. There is a clown or jester-esque theme happening, despite not mentioned. Also. Let's see. I'm still not getting bingo. I don't think it's gonna happen. We'll find out. Oh wait, no, I actually am. I'm immediately going to get bingo as soon as I said I won't get bingo, because I don't think this is actually a problem in their real model, but at least in this concept art, which is what we're grading from, we could use a little bit more clarity around the face, especially where the hair is overlapping with itself. So like in this region, it would be good to have something darker. Stop drawing on the wrong place, please. Please just draw in one place consistently. Here's a multiply layer. We're adding drop shadows for all of you bingo players back home. I'm gonna blur that out just a little bit, especially since it goes behind the shoulder too. I feel like just pushing the bulk of this object darker would be the right move. There we go, it's not be that extreme. And then similarly, the white hair and the skin tone are still very similar in value and hue, and we could use to have a little more variety there too. So let me plot my drop shadow in back here. Bam. There we go. So we can tell where that edge is now. That is what we want. There we go. And then for this front edge of the hair, I'm wondering if we actually push it even lighter right where it's touching the face. Hang on, not on the multiply layer. And have like the brightest part of this white hair be the bottom part of it. Then that'll be enough contrast for me to see it against the skin tone more clearly. I'll blur it out. But then this just makes it feel like the highlight is very low on the hair. There we go. So now I can see that against the face as well. Is there a prize for Crit Bingo? The prize is I give you a proverbial non-existent cookie, but it does make you feel good inside of your heart and soul, and we all clap for you, essentially. Which... Hey streammates, guess what? This is crazy. In only 2 designs, I've gotten bingo. That's all it took. I would say, I just added drop shadows. This character does have elf or pointy ears. The previous character had unusual clothes cutouts, and I've used a color layer like 3 times now. So, crazy how easy that is. Just today, I guess. This is my first, like, normal bingo win since May. Thank you. Thank you. I'm pro. I've been training for this all my life. Clearly my training's paying off because now I have won 2 weeks in a row at bingo, I feel like. Didn't I win something last week with bingo? I think I did. Unusual. Oh, Tapir. So I need to not get used to that, but I'm very happy. I don't usually win bingo. Yippee! Alright, I gotta keep this moving though, because it's 4:18 and I'd like to get us closer to doing some grading. Yeah, so brightening that around the face. I will probably darken the shadows under it also. I think there's also just no shadows under the hair right now too, which is maybe not helping. Multiply. Money add then multiply. That brainworm is never going to leave me, and I'm so sorry that all of you have to hear me say that every single week. You have to listen to me quoting a meme that is from a Vine from like 2014. There we go. Look at that. Look at that clarity. Look at that. Tapir jump scare. Is it really a jump scare? Maybe for the riggers who don't want to be seeing it. Wait, EG? Yeah. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Maps. Yeah. What am I waiting for? Only filled out 2 spots. I need more training. Oh, for your bingo? Yeah. Takes more practice. Takes more practice. This Fortuna might not be the Fortuna 6 on Twitter? Married Dad? No, I found them before I went live. Oh, wait, hang on. Minor error. That's a Y in their name. Fortuna. There should be a Y in here, it seems like. This is their account. This is clearly the person. Thank you, Rex. I wonder, is it just this that I missed a Y in? I probably accidentally just autofilled because I thought it was their name, but I think there's a Y right there. Oh, wait, hang on, not right there. Minor spelling error ×2 NYA. There we go. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. YouTube subscription is to the married dad. Whoopsie! There should be a Y, it appears. I'm so sorry, Fortuna. Is your name? No, it's just Fortuna. The handle is Fortuna. Interesting. Okay. So... Oh, I was grading. So, the things that we were already modifying for. As far as concept goes, being an illusionist, how to visually tell us that you're an illusionist is not something that's especially easy. However, I do think that having a little bit of a jester motif might not be the worst idea, because we do tend to associate magic with, you know, the jesters and the magicians and stuff like that. Jesters can perform an illusion. There's a jester that I see quite often on Twitter doing funny little illusions with boxes and doing these little like dance-like performances with them. So I feel like that's pushing us in the right direction at least. Having the gemstone that this character was trapped in may or may not also be beneficial to the ability to read the concept. But I think this is one of those concepts where I'm kind of doing all right for the most part. A lot of the stuff I had critiques about was just stuff that needed exaggeration. Maybe the hair could need to be a little bit more different from left to right. The horns could use to be more exaggerated, but a lot of the stuff I'm saying is just stuff that's like silhouette things for that. So yeah, for Chunya makes me think of a lucky cat VTuber, and now I'm mad I haven't drawn that character design yet. Hey, day is young. It is only 4:21 p.m. EST. That's plenty of hours left in the day to draw as many cats as you want. What was I doing? Oh. Grade. Color palette. There's some low contrast areas happening around the face, unfortunately, with the hair and the skin tone, and then the hair against itself. So it is mostly cohesive. The colors themselves work well together, but we need more clarity from those elements. The silhouette, we didn't really actually do a silhouette test, but the silhouette is still also similar to the last design we looked at. Relatively basic. Whoops, clip that. There we go. Which is why I was exaggerating the sleeves a little bit more, because other than the tail, I believe this fella is 100% symmetrical. And the hair turns the body into like a giant chunk. Once again, decent weight around the center of the body. But we could make the horns more specific, make the little ribbons on the side of the head stand out more. I added more negative space around them too with the way we posed the hair, changing the hair on one side so there's asymmetry touching the silhouette, despite the fact that the design itself is surprisingly asymmetrical. I think this is definitely another one here. Flexi versus clarity. As far as level of detail goes, I think you're in the right ballpark. I think some of the details need more exaggeration to them, so there's more variety. All the bows being the same size feels a little bit repetitive in a way that they don't have to. But generally, you'd make a pretty well-designed, marketable plushie, and the fur trim feels specific enough. The way that the shorts are designed also feels specific. Your choice to make the belt buckle a star physically, wow, we love to see that. I love to see motifs physically integrated into the objects and the way that the objects themselves are created. That's great. So I don't think we have any issues in that department. Focal point! For me, the focal point is the left side of the head, which is kind of funny, but that means it's working, more or less, because the hair is the brightest thing in the design, in the greatest quantity of being that bright color, which is almost white. I'm looking there kind of first, but if there was more contrast between the hair and the face, it'd probably be even stronger. The brown also, I think, is helping too, because the brown doesn't show up anywhere else in the color palette. So the upper part of the design does end up being pretty focal for me. Is anyone else in agreement about that? Do we concur with that? I would say that this is fine for me as far as focal point goes. This being so dark in one big flat area that is as dark as it is when the boots aren't that dark is just a little bit strange to me, but I don't know. Does the other side of the face become focal on the bright background? Honestly, it might. Can I put this on a different background? Let's see. If I put us on a lighter background. Oh, I didn't cut everything out perfectly. But the brown, I think, does also stand out more on a lighter background, too. So I would say that the head is pretty focal for me. I'd be willing to give that full points. Concept and motifs. I think that you can push the horns to be a little bit more specific. Illusionist is a sort of a tough angle to get. And then we can push the fact that you are combined from multiple different people, it seems like, or at least the way that they depict themselves. Make the hair more exaggerated and different. Show some of the wear coming from the fact that you were trapped for so long in your clothing. But I think you're mostly there. The changes I made to that stuff was pretty minimal, so I'd be willing to put it right there. I did think you were very cute and memorable, however. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10. I do think that sounds fair. I think that's a grade. Woo! Good work, Fortuna! Shroommates, can we get a round of applause, please, for Fortuna? I say as I almost go to put my clap emote in. I can just clap. I have hands. Crazy that I have appendages attached to me that I can use to do the physical action as opposed to having to click the button that makes it show up a little image of it. Ladder. Ah, Amber, you're right. Bingo people, I think you get that one if you would like. I think it counts. If you would like to count it as me forgetting the ladder, but I can draw the ladder real quick. Just so we can see it. Let's see. 2 in this area. I don't know if I count the bottom edge of that. There's a diagonal through here. Collar, chin, eyeline, hair, bottom of horns, top of those little things on the head, top of that, top of that. There we go. Ladder. Care to explain the ladder? Sexism, I know you know better, so not right now. Not right now. Since when do you have hands? Oh my god! I have hands! What are these things attached to me? Are they called hands? I don't know what these are. This is my first time being alive. I've only been here for 15 minutes. I didn't know mushrooms are supposed to have these. Terrifying. What would you do if you went outside and a mushroom had hands? What would you do about that? Would you just assume it's me, I guess? I don't know. That sounds terrifying. That fills me with dread. I feel like if I went outside and witnessed a mushroom that had any human physical appendage attached to them, I would be mildly disturbed. Yeah, I think observe is a correct answer, Amber. Take a pic and put it in the Discord. I'm so glad that your initial instinct is, I need the other shroommates to see this, to witness this horror. Not like, oh, let's send this to a scientific journal or send it somewhere else. The shroommates of the shroom state specifically need to witness this particular event, and I'm honestly happy that you think that way because I would love to witness it. There we go. Hide that! But yippee! Good work, Fortuna! Move on to the next fella! I do have a warning. If you do look up their name, as I know Rex is prone to do, as are others, heavy, not safe for work warning. Just be aware. So, this is Laughing Kitsune, they, them, or Funny Kitsune on the Twitter application and other places, mayhaps. The description here is, please note that this is conceptual, it's not finalized, so it doesn't really represent my final product. I do want to improve my work, and how I work is realism, can't stop me from fashion mentality, since I'm influenced by media like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. My model is meant to be an inorganic fox who has skin of clay, flesh of obsidian, whoa, bones of platinum, inners of magma and lava, hair of oxidized copper, and eyes of rubies. The fox lives in a nuclear winter zone with a Wild West theming in the modern age. The purpose of the fox is the mimic archetype, mimicking other kitsunes to also screw with humans and challenge other yokais who stand in their way despite lacking abilities. Hence also mimicking humanoid yokai fashion and not having actual physical tails. They're around 5'4" to 5'5", and have a luchador mode. So immediately I'm going to say, yeah, 5+ motifs. There is a lot happening here. A lot of dissimilar elements going on in the concept right off the bat that I'm not sure are showing up in the design. Because here's my cold read. My cold read here is I do get a little bit of the luchador angles from the specific design of the hat. I think having the little red beads around the edge convey that pretty clearly. Then this top makes me think of firefighters, because that's where, at least for me, the primary area that I witness black and gold repeating in stripes on sleeves is in that capacity, where it's mostly black with a little bit of gold. There's sharp teeth here, which also reads like a mask. I was thinking about Fire Force, I think, also, the anime, which is interesting. A fox, elemental-ish being? Yeah, I guess so. But there's a lot of things that are happening here that are interesting. Skin of clay, flesh of obsidian. Depicting that skin is made out of clay is something where we may need a texture to guide us in that direction. Because if I'm being honest, none of those things were particularly guessable. And I guess they are saying that this is conceptual, not finalized. Doesn't represent the final product. But The only thing that I could really see coming through right now, maybe, is the eyes of Ruby, which could be something where, depending on how you handle the eye highlights, if you were to have something geometric going on in them. Hang on, that's a line tool, which is not what I want. Give me... there. If you had something like geometric happening in the eye, with the way that it's highlighted, I don't really know how rubies are cut off the top of my head, but if they are rubies like diamond-esque, but if you make the reflections in the eye geometric, that could point us in the right direction towards eyes of Ruby. For the fox aspect, I was surprised to not see as much of it here as I thought I would, but the ears are pointing the right direction, and then having the glowing blue ones floating around in the background is good. I do think that this might be beneficial to still have in some capacity in the default design, because I did also have a moment of, okay, are you a cat? Are you a fox? Are you a dog? Are you a wolf? Are you some other creature that has triangular ears? Because there are a lot of them. So, having this happen could be in the right direction. Copper kind of pops out to me that looks oxidized. You're right, this is sort of the oxidation color for copper already, but I wonder if we were to have a little bit of the more base copper color, where copper is that like very warm undertone brown. We had just a little bit of it somewhere, like places where it's sheltered from the rain. Like if on the inside of the hat where it's not touching, not coming into contact with the world as much, if it was transitioning to the unoxidized color, this is a gross color I've chosen. Hang on, bear with me. I will pick a better color. That might be a good way of conveying that element. Rex is right that if we had like cracks on the body to show that it's like dry, like something that's clay-like, that would be good. Darken the tips of the ears. Tend to think of fox ears having black fur at the tips. We could have darker oxidation at the tips of the ears too, maybe, yeah. Leave me alone, fruit fly. Ah, stop! Fruit flies are so gross because they land in everything, and then he's like bonking off my face and he's upsetting me. Leave me alone, man! I didn't ask for you to hang out. There we go. Turn that down. That might help in the right direction. Let me change the color of this because it looks gross right now. Whoops. Hang on. On full screen studio accidentally. Tone of correction. More saturation. Man, we might have to balance this some way with the color palette. I'm not sure I'm going to have the right way of doing it right now. Like that, almost? But that would probably push us in the right direction as to thinking about copper with the hair, especially if we just have a little bit of it like swirled somewhere throughout. Skin being made from clay, yeah, it would need to look a little bit like crumbly or dry, maybe. If you've ever seen when clay gets like this sort of like crackled texture to it. Make you just feel a little bit dusty. Because you do have a lot of skin that's on display, so we can render your skin with a texture that conveys it properly, maybe. But I will say, that's a lot of different elements we're trying to bring together. I guess they are all related to the earth, specifically, but then you have a fire motif also. There's a lot of things. I would suggest maybe paring it down and then repeating some of those elements throughout, where, yeah, your hair is oxidized copper. Could we have oxidized copper come back somewhere else in the design? You say that you have obsidian for your flesh, and I'm seeing the colors here as being almost obsidian-esque, but that doesn't really come to be anything noticeable visually. Used to use red clay in my area. I wonder if adding some reddish patches would be cool. Ah, like terracotta or something like that? That could be interesting, maybe. That would distribute red more throughout, but that might look... I guess the terracotta is that, like, sort of, like, ashy orange color, right? Like this. It might just look like dirt. But if you had a really, like, powdery texture, I don't have, like, a very chalky thing to do it with. Hang on. Do I? It might just look like dirt, but I guess clay. What is clay if not dirt also? Some capacity. Dirtied up. Yeah, small cracks are good. The cowboy angle. Hang on. So wait, what was it? Influenced by media like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, fair. Nuclear winter zone with a Wild West theming in the modern age. For the fact that this is Wild West themed, I'm not seeing many of the hallmarks of the Wild West other than the hat. I don't know if the cowboys are well known for wearing really, really small blue shorts, jean shorts, but I'm wondering if all it would take for us to read this as more Wild West aligned would be to... What is up with... Please can I have my regular brush back? What is happening? Help! Wrong layer, Kronk! I'm adding folders! Ah! Yeah, I was gonna say, what if these were just chaps instead of being boots? If we had something going down the outside of the leg that connects this here some way, somehow. If you had shorter, like, cowboy boots, you could still have the chaps, like, sit this high on the leg. And I get that we are probably going for attractive, thin, spindly leg, but more cowboy shape language could come into play here. We could put that, like, detailing of the lacing towards, like, the outer edge, and then use this as... Hang on. The area where all of those little pieces fly. What do you call those? The little, like... These things. Those things. And then, yeah, these could still be healed if they want to be, because they do already have something interesting happening, which is that there's a spur under here. But it's so little! It's so little! Exaggerate it! Make it crazier so we can see it! Because it's so small right now. This whole foot is very small. There we go. Tassels? Yeah, tassels, I guess is what you'd call them. Fringe? Yeah, fringe. Leg parts. Fringe. Increase the fringe because that will add to your silhouette and will make it clearer that this is something cowboy adjacent. And we didn't really cover it up much of the body by doing this. It's just reshaping some elements. And then that adds a little bit more interest to the silhouette down in the lower part. The fact that we've got this crisscrossing bright purple lacing happening too, the colors, do definitely make this feel more futuristic too. I do think you would benefit heavily from a giant belt buckle. If we're doing anything cowboy related. And you could change the way that this belt buckle is designed if you want it to feel like real futuristic. But having something that's just really big in that area might be good to convey that angle. And then I guess you are sort of getting the face covering, like the duster angle. But right now I can't really see this against the top of the clothing. So if this was a more separated element that we're seeing sitting on top, maybe that is the color of the shirt. I can't quite tell what's going on with the construction here. But if we could tell that you're wearing something that's tied around your neck, that could help also. Big fancy accessories, very on brand for JoJo if they want that vibe a lot. That's true. The JoJo has very interesting proportioning and the colors are wild and also everywhere. Here's my other thought. Color palette wise, the red is clustered up around the top of the head. The purple is only in the lower body. So there's not a lot of unity in the design color wise, where the red can stay in the eyes maybe, but I'm wondering if the hat should maybe be purple instead of red. So that way the eyes, by being left as the element that is mainly red, makes them more focal. And then that increases the harmony across the design just a little bit. Because the purple, since it was only down here, is becoming really important still too. JoJo OCs would be neat extra credit? Oh boy, they certainly would be. They'd be something. If we want to do some really crazy exaggerated designs, we definitely could do that. Yellow's only in the middle. That's also true that the yellow is only in the middle. It's down here at the bottom of the shoe. We might I wonder if we can distribute this a little bit more throughout too. Like I could probably, this might look a little too Mardi Gras. Whoops, hang on, switches thing. If I alternate them, but it is helping to distribute the gold just a little bit more. Where else might I put the gold? I don't know if the tassels would be great if they were gold. That might be too distracting, although that's not terrible. That's not bad. I'm also liking the copper thing I did with the hair less and less and less. It's just a little too much. Oh, wait, hang on. So that's working, I think, a little bit more now. Yeah, I think that works. Katana Tenshi and A Daristrix. Thank you guys for following. Yomi, I'm glad you approve. Also, hi, Yomi, how are you? I appreciate your approval. What pant seams in gold? Oh, seams. Ooh, wait, that's kind of like a classic one of those like denim jeans thing too, isn't it? Where depending on what kind of jean you wear, some of them have that like brown or otherwise kind of gold stitching in it where they have, oh, wait, let's see, hang on. Like, you know, you get your like line that is there, or like you get one that runs down the inside of the leg. Wow, like this. And then they do the stitching in gold. Is that like a Levi's thing or like an Arizona jeans thing? I can't quite recall. It's one of those types of things though. Remember this design from almost a year ago. Loved it but needed a touch, and you've got it. Doing well. Thank you. You remember this from a year ago. That is interesting. Did I show this at some point? Because I feel like this was one that we didn't get to on a stream that we were supposed to get to, and that's maybe why some of us are slightly familiar with it. But I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that you are. I am doing as well as I can. I've been busy, as if that ever changes for either of us, though. Saw it on Twitter ages ago. Oh, I see. Yeah, this does seem a little bit up your alley, yeah. It's a really cool design, but yeah, it does need just like a little bit of a push. It is funny having the thing where like you spot somebody from this stream in the wild. I spot so many of the fellows that we critique the designs of on Skeb in like the recently completed area, and I'm like, I know you. I've seen you before. I know what you're about. I feel a little bit like a creep. But not, because they did submit their design for me to look at, so like I'm allowed to look at it, and I'm allowed to be familiar with them, and I'm allowed to perceive them. It's permitted. Levi's is red. Oh, wait, is the threading on Levi's red? Definitely a jeans thing. It is a jeans thing, but I can't remember what particular jeans brand does that. I swear one of them does, but I can't remember which one it is. It's one of them. The Switch allow triangle very short pants. They do, as long as the pelvis is covered. And the way that this is rendered is making it clear that this is pelvis. So the pelvis is covered. These lines might be a little bit dubious, but to me, I think that this would be fine. The way this is pulling so tight might also just be a little bit dubious. And they did have versions of the design where they had a little bit of underbreast showing, which was making me think of, oh, what is her name? One of the, in Bleach, what are the people with the holes in their stomachs called? Aranicars or something? I haven't watched Bleach in like 10 years. But there's one girly who has a top that is very similar to this, with the high, wide collar, the big, long, wide sleeves, and then the cropped jacket that crops off like right where the, you can have a little bit of like underneath showing. So I can tell this was the version that's meant to be Twitch friendlier or Twitch safe, or yeah, the Bone Lady. I don't know what her name was, but she was cool. That one witch from Soul Eater 2? Really? One of the witches from Soul Eater had that? I don't remember that. Although Soul Eater does have a lot of very interesting cuts of clothing, especially in the manga. I don't know off the top of my head. Harabelle? Wait, that sounds right. Harabelle sounds right. That might be who it was. Low-key, I thought she was cool. When I was a kid and I was reading and watching Bleach. But I think this is fine as far as TOS goes. Honestly, we could maybe exaggerate these sleeves just a little bit more. the way they're moving in and out at their edges makes me think they're composed of rubber, which is a little strange, but I'm gonna guess that relates to the sort of future angle. But like we could flare them out even more. So that way they're adding a much bigger shape around this area of the body. Wow, hang on, work with me here, brush. Come on. I think my computer has convinced itself it's melting while I'm streaming because it just decides that my mouse driver is unimportant and does not prioritize it. Wow, I made that incredibly asymmetrical. Whoops, hang on, try again. There we go. But yeah, bigger shapes are often better, often stronger. Shark Lady, I like her. Is that what, are you talking about Harabelle? Or talking about this? Because I can also see a little bit of shark happening from these teeth. Which would be funny that somehow we've ended up in Kitsune, and Cowboy, and Luchador, and JoJo, and also Shark. There's a lot of motifs happening here. So I will say that might be good to pare it down, mayhaps. Do wonder what those sleeve thingies are. I was guessing that this is some future thing. It seems like they're constraining the fabric maybe, which is why the fabric is bunching up like where it comes out of them and then like sitting on top of them, which like if that's the case we could like push them even in tighter maybe, but I'm not quite sure. I was guessing that it's some future tech thing mayhaps. Thought it was tiny bags. I don't think they are. It looks like something's crossed over, but I'm not quite sure what it is. I'm guessing it's just stand-in for future tech. Teeth zippers on techwear. Oh, I wonder if these are zippers in some capacity. Maybe. If that's what those are, it almost makes me wish that this zipper was bigger. There's also a part of me that, for cowboy designs, always yearns for a bolo tie. And I would, like, just for a split second, I was like, oh, could we do, like, something dangling off of this? Like, as if the zipper is almost a stand-in for a bolo tie. Is that too silly, maybe? I feel like it's the kind of thing that JoJo would do, though. Bolo ties are so cool. I know! I love bolo ties! They're so sick! I wish I owned a bolo tie. So, like, making the zipper almost an analog for one might be cool and neat. Just as, like, something silly to add detail somewhere. Just thinking. Just thoughts. Just considering a couple of things, maybe. But yeah, I think that is actually the bulk of the modifications I have to make here. Other than the fact that this design is completely symmetrical, which for how chaotic it is, it shouldn't be. It might just be the classic, we've drawn it with symmetry enabled, but like, even if we just reshape the hair a little bit on one side so that it's not perfectly symmetrical, that would be good. Good for variety. Good for chaos. For asymmetry's sake, this fella is relatively chaotic, so I'm wondering what else I might suggest. Honestly, biggest suggestion may just be, why does hat have to be flat across the head? Hat could sit like this on top of the head, and then we get just like a little moment of natural asymmetry, which I would probably apologize immensely to your rigger for having done to you. I know that rigging hats is like one of those things that riggers do hate, right up there with rigging shadow tapirs, but it's doable and it's well worth it. And I believe there's some good tutorials on it. But quirked hats forever, especially if we have a fellow who is feeling just a little bit chaotic. So do that for me, and then I think asymmetry will be good. But your silhouette, I would say, especially when we add the chaps, is very standout. Hat could have tears or bite. Oh, especially if we're going for the teeth angle, maybe. That could be interesting, yeah. Give it like a really, like, unserious, like, almost like cookie cutter shark bite. This is the I took a bite out of a cookie on a packaging effect. But yeah, you could just do more like rips and tears too, as opposed to that if that's too silly. Yummy. Hey, Yummy, I know you've put some strange things in your mouth. I wouldn't advise eating hats. Just maybe a thought, maybe a consideration to make. I say is if I'm not decomposing, what's the word? Yeah, decomposing dead things. Don't put dead things in your mouth, but don't. Leather's edible, right? Yeah, if you're a pirate sailing the seven seas and you get marooned out there and all you've left to eat is your boots, yeah, you can eat leather, but I don't think it's advisable. It's got not much in the way of anything as far as nutrients go. Don't know if I'd advise it, but you can. To enhance the bolo tie effect, what zipper had 2 tags slash zipper slash whatever. 2 tags? What do you mean by that? 2 tags? Bolo ties, I think, are just bigger, and they're, like, round, right? I was putting the 2 things hanging off of it, but they could maybe be bigger. As in 2 zip. Oh, do you mean, like, if... Right now it's really hard to see because everything's so low contrast in here. But, like, do you mean if, like, it had zippers that went like this? And like this? Like, it's almost 3-paneled? Like that? Howdy. Howdy! I'm not a miss, but howdy to you all the less. Nonetheless. I am a they, them. But welcome in. Official name is a pool. Nay. Who? My bad. It's all good, don't worry about it. A zipper pool, having 2 of them. Why would a bolo tie have 2 of them? Bolo ties are like 1 object. What do you mean? Am I misunderstanding? I'm Googling a bolo tie. Am I having an aphantasia moment? Oh, that's a bopolo tie. My favorite. I love the bopolo tie. Yeah, bolo tie, because bolo tie has 2 loops. I'm not understanding. I'm not following. Which parts of the bolo tie? Ever point at the diagram? What part of the bolo tie are we talking about? I have these as things hanging off on the stomach already. Are you suggesting that we have, like, an element that is the center part of the, like, where the zipper's attached, and then just have 2 big elements hanging off? I forgot I was thinking about a ribbon tie. Oh, okay. Alright, that's okay. Don't worry about it. I was ready to believe that I didn't know what a bolo tie looked like, because with my aphantasia and my patchy memory coming from many a hole in my head, to be expected, maybe. But honestly, the idea of having the zipper paneling be like this, but you have this, like, 1 big central, like, leaf that comes down and attaches. I don't know if this would make sense or if this would even be possible in any capacity, but, like, a zipper like this would be so interesting. Does it have to make sense? You said we're doing JoJo where things don't have to make sense, so maybe it doesn't. Very impossible, but certainly JoJo. Yeah! No needs for sorries, do not worry. You have not led us astray. You were trying to help. Yeah, so I think actually that is the bulk of what my critiques were here. Let me go through the rubric and see if I missed anything. We'll do a ladder, we'll come back for it. Don't worry, don't think I forgot. I'm on my toes. Color palette. Nothing wrong inherently with the color palette the way it is. I think you need to potentially push this color lighter so that way you can have space to shade it for clarity's sake, because you do have line art in here. If we zoom in, do you see the line art? We're just losing it entirely. Maybe this line art also just needs to be darker too, but your darker color should probably come a little bit lighter so we can have a little bit of shading, but that's not too bad. 4, silhouette. A little bit of asymmetry, if you please. Don't draw your hair completely symmetrical. Also, maybe tilt your hat, I don't know, you could exaggerate your hair more. We needed a little bit more interest maybe in the legs. They feel a little bit skeletal right now. They feel a little bit spindly too, where adding the chaps really pushes your concept better, but it also adds something very interesting to the silhouette, which is all the little tassels. So these might be some nice elements to include. Complexity versus clarity. I do think your level of detail is totally fine though. Everything seems to be designed specifically the way that it is, other than maybe the boots. So much so that we were trying to figure out what you were doing with the sleeves, but I think it's a sketch in concept. But the big, like, mask-like collar, the hat, the hair shape, it seems like you have a lot of ideas about what you're doing. And it wasn't particularly overwhelming or anything, so you'd plushify pretty easily. Not too concerned about it. Focal point. Focal point, I think, is one of the areas this is struggling initially in the original version, because we are really color blocked in the design. Red only happens here, yellow only happens here, purple only happens here. And because the purple is one of the bigger areas, Despite the fact that the blue is focused around the face and the red is focused up around the head, the boots end up being really distracting for me, which I think is happening because of how thin they are in shape. You know, the shape language of them is very different than everything else, which is much bulkier and more squared off. These are really thin and triangular, so they're focal for that reason. But then the contrast of we've got fully dark color, fully light color of the purple, they end up being pretty distracting for me. The head is doing some of the right things to make the face focal though, so I wouldn't take full points off maybe, but some at least. Boots are banding? A little bit, but not incredibly so. But you know what? There's a little bit of banding happening throughout of repetition of light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. Ah, yeah, the more I look at it actually, you might be right, Rex. Interesting. Noted. Intriguing. Focal point for me is not the face as much as it should be. We can push the face to be a little bit more focal. The boots are outcompeting just a little bit too much. And then concept and motifs. Really all it took for us to really understand more of your angles was the chaps. They're doing so much. They add so much to this. Belt buckle would be good. Something adjacent to a bolo tie would be good. You seem to have some of the right ideas. I was getting the luchador elements. But that might be it. You need to exaggerate your spurs a little bit more so we can see them from a distance. And then I would challenge you to pare down your motifs, where I don't know if we need all of that. The skin can sure be made of clay. The eyes can be made of ruby. But you have so many different elements happening here where this is a kitsune and a luchador and set in a cowboy futuristic setting, mimicking other things, mimicking yokai fashion. There's a lot of things happening here, so I would say pare things down a little bit. Hat feels more mariachi. You know, that is also true. You're right, it does feel a little bit more mariachi. I was maybe thinking in the right area, but you know, I may have actually been thinking of the wrong thing. I may have meant mariachi. I think generally what I'm getting at here, though, is that the concept, there's too much happening with it that you are telling me that I'm not seeing coming out of it. So I might put it here. However, I did find your design to be very memorable. I remembered your design. Clearly, Yomi also remembered your design, as did others. So I would put you on the fridge just for that alone. And something about that teal hair. Call me a Miku fan, maybe, but teal. Very alluring as a hair color. Very visually interesting to us. Very eye-grabbing. So, what is this? 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6, 7 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. Woo! Give me a round of applause! For Laughing Kitsune, please! There we go. If there's ever another Tenchan, make them red or teal hair. That does seem to be one of those things that does make us more likely to get Tenchans, huh? Good work, Laughing Kitsune. You're so close. You're almost there. I do think, however, just notice what our average score is today, though. 7.5, 8.5, 7. I think the new rubric is pulling grades down. But I think it's doing so for good reason. I think that we've added more variety to that upper range now, where it's going to mean a lot more to score higher, I think, now than it used to, potentially. We'll see. So, let's see. Let's move on to the next one. We have an hour left. Let's see if I can do 5. This is Ida IC, who submitted and then resubmitted a couple of times. So I think this is an overlay of an older model on top of a newer model on top of an older model, something like that, because of the quality of the submission. So, Ida IC, she, her, at Ida IC. To be honest, I'm unsure. I'm a dyslexic bear, chill artist. I'm not sure if my model really showcases any of it, but my question is more if I need more details or less details. P.S. I have a feeling that I've already submitted my model. If I have, I'm sorry, I don't mean to spam my submission. Oh, you're okay, don't worry about it. I figured you would just updated your submission. So, what can I tell immediately here right off the bat, concept-wise? Cold read? I can tell that you're a bear. I can tell. I see that. Your ears are conveying that very concisely. You also have a motif on the chest of your sweater that conveys it. I do also get the chill aspect. We tend to take those elements from the fact that you are wearing sort of like athleisure style pants. These remind me of like Nike sweatpants. You have a jacket on that seems sort of cozy and a sweater. So I think you're conveying the correct vibe with your clothing as well. However, I don't know if I'm getting artist inherently from this. And I've talked at length with people about how artist can be very hard to convey in a quiet manner. If we're not going to go over the top and be like, oh, we're sticking paintbrushes on you and paint splotches and you're going to hold a palette and we're going to like physically craft those into elements you're holding, it can be kind of hard to subtly suggest artist because what actual artists look like varies so extensively. We end up having to rely on the stereotypes that are formed by people who are not artists, what they think of when they think of an artist, which ends up not being what an artist is, so therefore you, being an artist, might not want to take those things into account in your design. So it ends up being sort of an odd place to be in. I'm going to consult something that we'll be looking at more on Friday, something that I have been building for a while and we're going to continue to build, which is, I don't like Pinterest. I don't really like it that much. But man, if it isn't a decent organization platform for something, I have Pinterest boards for everything. Every kind of topic you could ever imagine, I have Pinterest boards for. So in my like artist Pinterest board, I just pulled a bunch of outfits and designs that I thought conveyed that somebody was an artist with varying levels of it being on the nose. I'm gonna pull this down here so you guys can see. Oops, wait, hang on, go back. Let me pull this down here and then switch rooms so you guys can see it. There we go. Non-artists think artists are painters with French berets. Yeah, a little bit. And you'll notice, look, French beret! Already on one of these references here. I do think at least one of these designs is unfortunately AI that we have here, but my current thought about AI on Pinterest is I'm stealing from the AIs. I'm gonna take whatever the heck they're doing and make it a whole hell of a lot better. So I'm just saying whatever. I can't filter it out and it's driving me insane. So I'm just gonna do what they do better. So, it seems like things people tend to associate with artists, a lot of it was very warm colors for the most part. I saw a lot of cardigans, which is why I initially was going to be wearing a cardigan for my design. So I wonder if that might be a better way of getting the overlap between cozy and artist, is swapping your hoodie out for a cardigan. I did wear cardigans in art school. A lot of people I knew who were artists also had very frayed ends of their sleeves from doing a lot of working with their hands, so that could potentially be an option. And then a lot of it also seems to come down to interesting patterning. So like, look at this. Look how radical this is. Split leg pants, very large chunky jewelry, which I think is a thing artists tend to do quite often. And then brown leather shoes that are low cut. This to me is sort of like quintessentially what my students looked like. So to me, this is an artist. This reads as an artist pretty clearly. So I'm wondering if incorporating some elements like this into your design would benefit you. You already have a pretty bold color for your shirt that's pretty distracting. If you were okay with moving away from sweatpants, it may benefit you a little bit, just to have something more specific going on with the pants, and then having a different cardigan. Because what I'm getting from your design is that you want to be sort of grounded and realistic in your clothing choices. But I think we could fashion design you up a little bit more to convey artists a little bit more clearly, perhaps. So I'm not fully redesigning your outfit right now, but I do think that part of it may require a back to the drawing board level of picking out new pieces of attire. Looks like 50% of what I see near Emily Carr. I don't know what Emily Carr is. Is that an art school, maybe? Or is that an art store? I'm not familiar. But yeah, like, pull together what it seems like are ways that artists tend to dress, because I'll tell you, artists do tend to dress pretty comfy and cozy. When I was in art school, it was very cottagecore the way everyone dressed. Lots of overalls, lots of boots, lots of earth tones. It seems like they're getting more colorful nowadays. But yeah, you can make cardigans more colorful with types of yarn, with patchwork, which can all be things that will help push us in the right direction into thinking about artist as well. So the second thing we have to think about here, because you are a 3D model, is silhouette. And I can tell that you're a Vroid model because I recognize the sweater and the shoes. I think the shoes are using the base Vroid shoelace texture. So I have suggested this before, and I will continue to suggest this to everyone who has a Vroid model. Look up Rainhet's guide on how to level up your Vroid models. Because all it really takes is if you alt-click the edge loop that is running right here, because it definitely exists, and hit the letter S and scale it up, you can add more weight to the ends of the sleeves. Or do other things that are made much harder by Vroid. So even if you don't go for a cardigan, you could push these shapes to feel more like what we'd associate with a chunkier sweater, with bigger bells at the ends of the sleeves, and then the weight sitting at the end of the like main fabric before it hits like the ribbing of the trim. Yeah, Rainhet Chaneru is the person. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Also, King of the Corvids, thank you for following. Also, oh, that's quite the name. I saw you talking here earlier. I don't know if I fully read your name. I can't read your name because I'm say-so, but thank you for following also. Something to your viewers. If you're 3D, you can go crazy on the stripes or color transitions so you don't have to draw them. That is also true! They just physically work in space is what happens. They just work sometimes. So, I do think that the sleeves, if we're going to keep them, need some exaggeration. We can honestly even make like the ends of them wider and make it really nice and big and slouchy. Increase that cozy feeling even more, maybe. But I do think a lot of the limitations that are happening here right now are the result of this being a model that was created in Vroid, unfortunately. I think that is what's holding things back a little bit. You know, if the hood was even bigger... Hang on, and the hood colors came down like this a little bit, and we could see the hood going behind the head a little bit more. That will feel even cozier. And if we can see, you know, like, the hardware of the jacket, that'll make things feel a little bit more specific. I see what Rex has said. I do think that this design does feel just a little bit generic to me right now, and that's because none of these elements are pieces of clothing that would be especially difficult to find if we just went out into the world to look for clothing. It doesn't feel like it's designed specifically for you, which is something that we want in character design. We want your clothing to feel like it was designed or tailored specific to you. So you have the little bear icon on your chest, and you've got this little star icon happening in your ears, but I would ask that if you don't have another visual motif, and what I mean by motif is if you don't have something like stars or some other angle of, you know, you are an artist and we can work some of that in, but, you know, I'm a bear who also likes blueberries. I'm just saying that because similar overlap of shapes and these are being blue. Having those options where you have some other guiding element that we can repeat throughout the design helps us to broaden the angles and the ways that we can be creative with combining things. Because right now there's not really very much of that happening, and that is what's lending this to feel not as specific. And then similarly, you know, as we add things like, okay, here's the trim line for this, and we add the banding to it, the more little natural details that relate to how this clothing is made that are added, the more specific it'll feel in a way that makes that less of a trouble. Because right now, all it takes for your sweater to make sense to me is having the ribbing that's around the neck appear. And we might just need a little bit of that in other parts of the design too, is what I'm saying. Yeah. Are their sweater colors a reference to bears liking honey? That's a good question. I wonder if it is, and if that's the case, then you could go for like an hexagon. Hexagon? Yeah, hexagons. Just remember what honeycomb is. Hexagon repeating pattern throughout, maybe somewhere subtly. That could be nice. That could be a good angle to incorporate. Hard to find a bear that didn't like blueberries. They're probably a pretty prevalent food source, I would imagine, yeah. I would imagine that is true. And then for your shoes, just as like a general suggestion, Vroid has some shoes that are like designed shoes that aren't the base texture. And you have edited it. edited it. Edited it. You've edited it. Man, I say that so strange, don't I? A little bit to have this bright blue trim at the bottom, but because that teal is only showing up there, it's a little distracting right now, and you might be better served by just repeating one of your other blues. But I would highly suggest that you pick one of the other shoe options they have that's like a default texture, because right now they are the default shoe texture that Vroid has had since beta. And like, I can pick that out, other people pick that out, and unfortunately, because it's rendered differently than everything else in the model and stuff like that, it just pushes it to feel just a tad more generic as well, unfortunately. It feels like it's unfinished a little bit, unfortunately. Why is edited it one of the hardest English phrases to say? That's what I'm saying! Lisps makes you sound like you say that. Sixth isn't that bad. But edited it is not a favorite, and I stumble on it so recently, so much recently. Chunky sneakers to match the sweater would be so cute. I agree with that. What I also think that this design does need is just a little more variety in the shape too. I added a lot more weight around the center. But yeah, we could chunk the shoes up. What if you were wearing some nice Air Force Ones? I know that's hip with the youth. Actually, I say that. That might have been hip with the youth like 6 years ago. Anyways. Fellow youths. Wait, was Hoshi here today? I could ask Hoshi if Hoshi was here, if Air Forces are still one of the like go-to shoes. I don't think they are. I think they've been replaced. But they used to be. They used to be a cool shoe. But granted, just big white sneakers are not an uncommon thing to see in art school. I feel so old with you saying that. Yeah, Hoshi is our resident youth. Hoshi helps us make sure that we are not completely off base and out of touch. I say, as somebody who mostly taught college kids anyway, who are a little bit closer in age to me. But yeah, big chunky shoes, always a good thing. I will never tell you to not make your shoes bigger and chunkier. I feel like I will always say that. Let's remember Converse were the new art shoe. Oh man, Converse were a big art shoe too. Converse were on their way out when I was in art school, and like Chelsea boots and Doc Martens were on their way in. Which is why when I saw, oh, we're still in the full room, but that means I can at least bring back. That's, like, when I see these, this is what I saw a lot more, too. You should ask Jubby, they teach the youth now. Jubby teaches at a private school, where they don't get to choose what shoes they wear, though, so it wouldn't be helpful, unfortunately. Jubby, I don't know if would know. Hang on, let's go back to the right room. Would love if the bottom of the shoes had the pads of bears. Yes! Yes! I would also love that! That's just a good note to leave here. Paw pads! Yeah! Youth's an enigma. Yeah, forever. Was an idea? Yeah, I appreciate the idea. Unfortunately, Joby won't know. Like countries with school uniforms, you must choose full white or full black shoes. For them, they might even have a specific style of shoe. Like, I knew that I had a friend who went to private school growing up, and she'd wear saddle shoes. Like a very, very specific kind of shoe, too, and they had to be white. So, I don't know. Because it's a uniform, but you would have a bit of choice as long as it's black, right? Depends. I don't know. I can ask Joby. I don't think I've ever asked about what the shoes the students wear. But anyways, hang on. I gotta pull us back because it's 5:14 and I'd like to critique this model and hopefully one more if possible. Things that I think are working correctly right now, I do enjoy how chunky the hair is. It's quite fun. I feel like you could exaggerate some of these tufts even more than they are right now to greater effect. And the hair is completely symmetrical! It's completely symmetrical! Make it a little bit asymmetrical, please. I beg. Just a little bit, just naturally. I know with Vroid, it's so much easier to just make it symmetrical. It's such a pain to make hair in Vroid compared to like all the other functions of the program. But if you just subtly make it more asymmetrical, because even the bangs right now are perfectly symmetrical other than this one piece, it'll feel more natural and it will benefit the design just a little bit. So do you see? Oh wow, I did all of my edits on one layer. Wow, turning those up at the edges do really add something also. And if we are going for a cozy aesthetic, I know you're probably building your ears out of hair, but you could add little hairs to the edge of it that make it feel almost fluffy. Like this. There we go. So that way we're getting more of that cozy and chill element, and then your ears are a little bit more specific too in their shape, and they're not just round. Yeah. There we go. Fluffy. If you make hair symmetrical, then go back and add like 3 stray hairs and it looks great. Exactly! That's what I'm saying. All I did to change this here was take this piece that was mirrored over here and move it down. And then instead of this piece, which was really thin, being mirrored here, I just made it thicker and longer. That's all it takes sometimes. That's it. So glad I didn't go to a school with such a strict dress code, because me finding shoes in my size that are white, impossible. Impossible. Understandable. We tried to buy shoes in London for my aunt, who was 6'2". I don't know what her shoe size was, but we actually gave up. They had nothing. There was nothing to find for her, unfortunately, in stores. In London, at least, but whoa. Went to a private school. The boys in middle school and high school have to wear dress shoes with dark socks. Ah. There's Adidas, Birkenstocks, and Docs in my art school days. Oh my gosh, the Birkenstocks! Yes! Birkenstocks were also a thing. I do recall that as well. Oh boy. Okay, wait. So, what I was doing was just generally trying to push your silhouette and level of detail a little bit higher, because you felt a little bit non-specific to me, unfortunately. So we can make you a little bit more specific in those ways. Let me start grading. So, level of detail. More. We need a little more detail. I would push you to add a motif. For silhouette, I think you could push your silhouette as well a bit more and add a little more asymmetry. Maybe, since you're an artist, your sleeve is rolled up on one side. And then we can tell that your one hand that you were doing things with is maybe a little bit dirty or something like that. Just little natural elements maybe to push us in the right direction of thought there. But we need a little more from it. For the color palette, your color choices themselves, I don't have any issue with. Whoops, that's not you. Brown, gold, blue, black. Totally fine. Can maybe use a little bit more variety. Oh, hello. That was really loud for some reason to me. Hello. Welcome in Australia Color Natura. Hi, I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Welcome in. We are doing Vtuber design critiques today, just of random fellas. We are looking at Ida right now, who is a bear and an artist who is cozy. We're providing a little bit of critique. So we've done a little bit of editing here. Whoops, hang on, right here. So far, a little bit loosely. But welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out also, and thank you, Shmates, for rotating at the Raiders to welcome them. Very intimidating you are. I see you were maybe recently playing Water Park Simulator and also maybe chatting. What were you doing? What were you up to? Hope you had a good time nonetheless. In either of those things. Also, we didn't talk about it with this design. Now that I'm looking at it zoomed out, this bear is so cute. And I'm wondering if this bear is also made out of hair, which would be crazy if it is in Vroid. If not, that makes me think you might have a little bit more experience than you're letting on. Intriguing. Noted. I am seeing also here that you do have lips. And I wish I could see them more clearly, but the fact that they're a 3-mouth does fit your vibe quite well. You might just need to thicken the outline on them. There we go. Hi. Hello. Let's see. I'll keep an eye out in case they alert me as to what they were up to. But I've been attempting to lock in because I would like to critique another one before I end at 6 and 40 minutes. I wonder if ear piercings might be nice also for that art student vibe. Man, if art students don't have a ton of piercings. Gives you an industrial bar through your bare ear. But that's like one of those areas where you can have subtle asymmetry. And that's such an art student thing. I mean, it's just popular in general, I feel like, but very, very few of my students didn't have at least one piercing. And this even includes me. I have my cartilage pierced, and I have my earlobes pierced. Squeegee determined to make me lose again? Not you particularly. I'm not going after you in specific, Ruku. I would never. I'm not like that. No. Hamtaro is peak. I agree with you. Also, thank you for following. Hamtaro is very good. I have a very beloved, I don't remember what her name is, but the white one with the blue ribbon in her hair. I have a McDonald's Happy Meal toy of her from when I was a child, and I love her. Yam and you are besties? I do know Yam. Yes, Yam and I don't like to assume what level of familiarity I have with people, but Yam and I are definitely compatriots. We've done things together before a lot, and I appreciate her. She's my manager. Oh, okay. were you one of the fellas who was trying to save us when we were accidentally live after our collab together previously? Yes? Oh, thank you for saving us. That was so funny. What an event. How you get to witness me cursing maybe once, and that was probably it. But thank you for following also, Australia. That's awesome. Like actual Happy Meal toy shaped gold. Yes, it was an actual physical Happy Meal toy. It was nice. I still have her. I don't remember what her name is, but Hamtaro is good. Also, I have to focus. Of course, have fun with stream. Thank you. If you and your fellas need to eat, drink, and snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I do appreciate it, but look after yourselves first and foremost. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. Keys. Yeah, many a key. So, as I was saying, level of detail needs increased. Color palette. I don't have any issue with the color palette where it is, but I do think that... Hang on, wait, I gotta turn all of my layer back off. All of my one layer. The teal is strange right now, where it's placed in the shoe. The teal might work better for an eye color, but I don't have any clarity issues. The colors themselves seem to work together okay. I think I'd give you full points for color palette, but for focal point, the gold being in your shirt, being the most saturated thing in the entire design, and also being in such a big area here surrounded by much darker, less saturated elements, makes it incredibly focal. I look there and stay there and even look to these white things before I look to your face for a long while, unfortunately. So, ways that we could make this less important, I might have to think about. Because the fact that it's gold is very enjoyable. I'm wondering if we might need something gold on the head, where if like these stars inside your ear were gold, now we're framing the face with gold elements. So that might help a little bit. And then if your eye color was something that stands out a little bit more, that may help too. Oh, golden glasses, you say? Golden glasses, you say? Golden glasses, you say? Man, why would could EG ever permit anyone to have gold glasses? They're a terrible design trope, horrible even. I think if you incorporate gold glasses into your design, you should be hung, drawn, and quartered, mayhaps. I'm mad at Vash the Stampede. It's continuing. Gold glasses might be interesting, but I feel like these are meant to be, like, reading glasses. Mine are sunglasses. Are you hang drawing and quartering me right now? Am I being crucified physically? Go ahead, throw your stones at me. Ye who does not own golden glasses, be the first to throw a stone. That's not how that phrase goes. That's not really how that works. I said all the words in the wrong order. You get the gist. He who is without sin may throw the first stone. I think that's more correct. Ow! You're really throwing hands at me! Thank you for the head pats. That's a different way of throwing hands, I guess, right now. Hey! I don't have golden glasses. I know most of you don't have golden glasses, which is me accidentally welcoming you all to wallop me. We don't have any rocks. This would be a good time if you guys had the boo. Ow! Entire freaking table? Who do you think you are? Wow! Hey! I have rose-tinted glasses. Zany, that's not a good thing, is it? Rose-tinted shades means you're not looking at the world realistically. That's not good either. I'm free. They'll never catch me. You can't kill me in a way that matters. Thank you for liquids, though. You can at least water me, but you cannot kill me in a way that matters. I'm a mushroom. I'm inevitable. I'm invincible. I'm eternal. Hot jockey is very good. May you get the punishment of the best Scottish warriors. What do you mean by that? Someone, what is the thing they say in, what is the thing that they say in, oh, the car one, Mad Max? They say I'm awaited in Valhalla. That's the only thing I know about any amount of Nordic and afterlife and warriors and things occurring, which is to say not at all. Not even slightly. That's wasteland. Yeah, witness me. Spray paints myself in the face. Yeah. Hi, Bolts! Even when all is destroyed. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta read that in a better tone. Can I have a mouse, please? Please. Please stop obstructing my bit, computer. Even when all is destroyed, only mushrooms will remain. It's me, I'm the mushrooms are main. You're right. No, Valhalla is not Scotland, that's true. Moobot! What are you doing? Oh, Moobot! Moobot, you didn't need to nuke that! Hi, you're good! There's a scary bug flying in the room. I also have a scary bug flying in my room, which is unfortunate. I have a fruit fly, the scariest of all bugs. Can we jostle Moobot for being mean to a first-time chatter? Moobot, that was uncalled for. I think it didn't like the exclamation points. Aren't there Vikings in Scotland? There are! I don't think Mad Max takes place in Scotland either. Stink bug season. Oh, that is another potentially unfortunate bug. Hang on, listen, follow me here? Maybe if the glasses were teal. Yeah! That might be a little too much. Oh, wait, is it in Australia? Yeah, okay, maybe it is. But they had lol.so, which Moobot read as a link. Oh, okay, classic Moobot. Oog. Why am I bald? Because it's a sleigh, because I'm so cool, because I can pull it off, because it looks nice on me even, and then because they like the way that I look like this. Gold frame for the glasses? Maybe, if they're like this, maybe. Now they are no longer any amount of reading glasses, and now you feel a lot more disco aligned. This might be a little bit too thick. But I do feel like that's more specific already. I don't know if gold is the right move for the trim. But teal does make me look to your face a lot more immediately. Glasses might have honey drips on the frames. Oh, I wonder if we could just do like, not gold everywhere, but just like around the edge of it somewhere or something. Hang on, that's a little bit too much there. Even if it's not like entirely gold. So it's like just like little details or something, maybe? Could be interesting. Oh, also, what if, follow me here, what if the glasses, instead of being circular, were hexagons? Also, because then that's a reference to honeycomb, which bears like. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Can I draw a hexagon? What's happening? Why can't I draw a hexagon? Do I need this up here? What? Huh? There, it like wasn't permitting me to draw lines. There we go. Wheat. I'm accidentally making this way chunkier, but that's okay. The bear nose is also cute. I am a fan of you having the little fully dark bear nose. It's a good move. Hex glasses would be interesting. They'd be more specific, which is what we want. Even if you didn't have the lenses, the colored lenses, I feel like that is still helping some. And you could, I guess, still go for, whoa, whatever that is, not that, this. Gold lenses, but the teal does feel just a little bit more specific. Could maybe push it more into like this blue. No, actually not that blue. Some color. Make them a color, maybe. And if you don't, you may need something else going around your face to draw more interest to it. But I do think that sandwiching some of the gold on top of your head is helping distribute a little bit more. Stay with me here. What if instead of teal, purple? You know, I could just do this thing. Edit, tonal correction, hue saturation, there we go, and slide us through the hues. Like, that blue isn't bad, particularly. Here's purples. I don't know if the purples are working. I get what you're going for with complementary, but I don't know if it's working. The magenta and the pink might be kind of nice. Pink is kind of nice. Pink is very focal. Red would work. Rose-colored shades. Ooh! Orange is honestly not bad either. Like, something like that is okay, too. There's a lot of potential varieties of what colors might work. Oh, green, even. If we're going for something natural feeling, you could have, like, a more emerald green, maybe. But yeah, there's a lot of colors that could potentially work here. Pick one that you like if you would like to have colored lenses. If not, we might need something else. What if the little bear mascot had paint stains on its paw like it stepped in an annoying... Oh, like it stepped in it like an annoying cat would? Yes! I am so with you for that because, let me tell you, my beloved, sweet dear old man of a cat, who was not an old man of a cat at this point in time, when I was in high school, I was in AP Art, and we would often have assignments where you had to work on them at home. which was not common in arts that were not AP. So you'd take your artwork home, and I was an all AP student anyway, which was a lot of work. And so I would be working on my artwork. I did a lot of watercolor painting as a high schooler. I thought I was gonna be a painter. I got up to go take a shower. No, wait, I didn't take a shower. Somebody had taken a shower earlier, and I got up to go eat, and I left my watercolor painting where I was working on it, which was the floor of my bedroom. I didn't have a desk in my room, so I worked on the floor on a board, which I taped my watercolor painting to. I went and got something to eat. I think maybe Fungi father took a shower or something. I returned to my bedroom, and my cat, my beloved baby boy, he loves getting in the bathtub. He loves drinking the water straight from the faucet and taking a little splash in the bath. He'll come get in the shower with you if he has the opportunity. He is lying on my watercolor painting. He's just laying on top of it. It's the thing where you create a square on the floor, the cat is in it. You better bet the cat is in the square on the floor that you've created. And I was like... So I did make him move. I did make him get up and move. And it was totally irrevocably destroyed. I had to start over. And it was like 5 or 6 days worth of work. An art recorded in a moment in time. I did bring it to critique though. I brought that version and my actual version, and everyone got a really good laugh out of it. I even drew a comic about it when I was in undergrad, I think. I drew a comic about it for some class assignment too. I love him, my sweet baby boy, but like this guy being covered in paint makes a ton of sense. That does work out completely. Not pets in your paint because some paint like cadmium is very toxic. That is also true. Thankfully, I only used I was using like the non-toxic, like children's safe Crayola palette of watercolor paints because that's all I could afford. So don't worry, there was nothing that was dangerous to a toddler. So hopefully nothing that was dangerous to a cat. Rumi, thank you for following also, as I've been distracted and yapping accidentally. So what we were getting at here generally, focal point, it was entirely on your chest. Which honestly
the glasses stringes. I forgot what they are called. The ones that are like seen as the classic old lady library ones might work well with the honey drip idea as well.
Pardon? Pardon me, Gary? Was held back for classic old lady? What was the message that he just read? What even was it? What message did he just read? What did it say? Gary, pardon me. Gary does get possessed from time to time. And it did sound like he was speaking another language. What the heck? Gary, man, come back to me. Okay, so I gotta come back. I do think I am getting the cozy angle. I get that you're a bear. We need, actually, wait, hang on. We just need more motifs, and we can really push the artist angle further, I feel like, visually, by the inclusion of more specific clothing elements like a cardigan or more specific shoes, bigger, chunkier shapes, another motif being added in, whether it's a hexagon for like honeycomb or something else. Yeah, we need those things. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Pretty consistent.
What do
7.
you have against classical ladies Twitch?
We've done it again. Classic old ladies is just like a word that we can't have for some reason. Yet Gary wants to say it extensively. Gary, what are your thoughts on old women? What is happening? Twitch is mad at some phrase for some reason, and I don't know why. Redeem is showing, yeah, he is talking. For some reason, we don't know why. Oh wow, yeah, it's still going.
Classic old ladies is Gary's trigger to action.
We don't know why this happens, but for some reason, whenever we clear messages in the chat, Gary reads the message out loud, and I don't know why that happens, and he also reads it out loud in some completely other voice. Thank you, Panda, for permitting the term. Oh my gosh, I had a message earlier which was summarizing the original message that got read out loud due to error. Oh my god, what? Thank you, Panda. Can we get a round of applause for Ida, please? Very cute. Please scroll up. Ah, hang on. I can scroll up. Let's find it. Hang on. I see he. I see whelp. Why? I see huh. Oh, the glasses strings. I forget what they're called. The ones that are like seen in the classic old lady library ones. Oh yeah! Glasses chains! You're right. That could also be a good inclusion here too. I agree. I agree with you. Sorry, Moobot decided to not agree with you. Moobot said absolutely not. Yay! Okay. So, this might be our final one for today. I'm gonna take a big ol' sippy of hot chalky, while we absorb this. This is anemone. She, her. The main concept is nature. For example, she doesn't like wearing shoes because she prefers feeling the grass between her toes. Oh! Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Zany. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Selma, please? Also, the sub goal is completely incorrect right now. That's not true. We had 2 resubscriptions today, and Selma's gifted 2 subs today. I think. Why is it only saying 2 out of 10? It should definitely be 5 out of 10. It's not counting correctly. How peculiar. Was getting ballerina. Yeah. Cold reads may be interesting, in fact, here. Potentially. Is there something when I eventually reach 150? What are you at right now, Selma? Let me see. Scrolls up. 145! Oh my god, you're really close. Good question. I can think about it. I'll think of something befitting. A big hug. Sadly, I can't reach my arms all the way out to the United Kingdom, for that. Join the organization for a day. You know? I have been considering maybe playing a single day of Cult of the Lamb. And maybe to celebrate, we could make that an actual thing that I do as opposed to just a thought. Maybe. If you would accept that. Would that be acceptable, maybe? I feel like that'd be acceptable, maybe. I see the eyeballs blinking. Amber! So funny about everyone being very excited and Amber's... It's just one day! It's just a game! I'm not actually accepting it. No! Everyone can chant on that stream. I don't know about that. But we can at least participate in those duties and you can watch me suffer in a game that I'm probably gonna be really bad at. But only for one day. I can't believe this. I can't believe it's not butter also. Because it's not butter, it's something else. Orange is making the face too. Hi, Orange. Are you Borange? Are you Orange? Every time I go to call you something, my brain is like, none of these are the correct option, but I guess technically they're all the correct options. It is all your name. I overthink things way too much. But yeah, you can gaze on in terror as we play Cult of the Lamb, maybe. Do not chant or release the shadow tapirs. Yeah, don't release the shadow tapirs. Let me drink my hot chocolate that I said I was gonna drink, and then we should critique this because we only have 20 minutes left. Okay. First things first, I'm the realist. That's not true. I'm not the realist. I'm not real. First things first, this design. The main concept is nature. I would not have guessed that by looking at this design. I believe I would have also guessed that this is a ballet design. Hey, Amber, could you, or actually anyone, Amber or Rex or Panda, could you maybe just gently bonk the fellows who are chanting forbidden words right now? Fellows, not right now. Another day. When we have the inevitable Cult of the Lamb stream, then maybe that's acceptable that day, but we can't be doing that still today. Be good. Behave. Call me whatever. Fair, but I prefer to call people the thing they prefer to be called. If at all possible. Call you Betty, and you can call us Al. What are you referencing, Amber? I don't know what that is. romantic influence here, but nature is also an incredibly broad topic. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I think if we were trying to convey that you are conceptually very close to nature and that it is something that you enjoy a lot, it could be a bigger part of your design. Where's my Pinterest board? Pull my Pinterest board open. I have so much saved in Pinterest boards for things that are plant and or flower related, where we can change things like the bottom like hem of the dress to be shaped like flower petals. We can change the stuff wrapping around the legs to be vines. I'm looking for my floral area right now. Oh, so many eyeballs and ways that we can attach flowers to things. Let me switch rooms again so you can see all of these intriguing potential ideas. Yeah. Also, if you need the holy grail of thing to search for eyeball inspiration, look up Cocopa Play eyes, or if you need hair, Cocopa Play hair. Beautiful, fantastic search terms that return a ton of really ridiculously good results. It's very good. Doesn't have to be green to be fair. Coral is also natural and often non-green. That's true. We don't have to go floral inherently also for nature. We could go woodland with being like more wooded and mossy and like having like older vines that are in that like crunchy dried state. We could go for dried flowers instead. Yeah, more organic, natural shapes. Does depend on what end of nature we're looking for, but like as I'm looking through things here, like much larger flower patterning. I thought this was a very neat thing to do for hair, with making the hair physically be vines, perhaps. Like hats that are shaped like flowers themselves are interesting. Florals in the underside of a skirt, maybe. Floral pins, floral decals. There's a whole number of things that we could do potentially. Let me put us back in the other room. Nope, that's not correct. Hang on. Spirit Island is up to like 30 characters that are all nature themed, and not anywhere near all of them are green. That's honestly, hell yeah to their designers, because I would imagine that they are far more unique designs as a result of that. I don't know that game, Spirit Island. Let's see if I can get any inspiration from that, maybe. It's a board game. Oh my god, it's a $90 board game. Whoa! Intense. See, I was imagining in my head, like, an anime-adjacent, like, farming simulator. But Spirit Island seems to be a much more, like, fantasy-aligned game. I see green on one character, but yeah, there's a lot of elements coming into them. No, sorry, even gacha game poisoned. I wasn't even thinking of a gacha game, Among Us. I was thinking of, like, a Stardew Valley. Like, I was thinking of, like Harvest Moon would probably be better, is what I was assuming. Where, like, slightly anime, probably chibi, cozy. Wasn't thinking of this. Spirit Airlines is also not a part of it, no. Grass was mentioned. I feel like that's why green was to be added. Oh, that might also make sense, too. It's a good game. Okay, other people are aware of it. I'm not familiar with it. Designing challenge I heard about where you had to make a dress inspired by a specific flower that would look pretty because they had great designs. So, I do think that that is one of the things I would suggest, is picking a specific flower or specific plants to stick with. Where... what flower is this? At first glance, I thought it might be a poppy, but now I'm not so sure. I'm not sure I know what flower this is, which is probably just a skill issue on my part, potentially. But really taking into account all the elements that make a flower identifiable as itself might be important. And yeah, we could, stick to brown and pink. There are little bits of green in this design already, but they're very minimal. We could keep them very minimal, which might work. Cherry blossom with a chrysanthemum? Pink Cosmo, maybe? I don't know. Make the flower plant embroidery on that dress more obvious or contrasting. Yes, that was going to be high up in my suggestions too. So pick a specific kind of flower and then see how much mileage you can get out of mimicking it. I'm just going to mimic what is already there. But like if your dress had, you know, wait, why am I not able to draw right now? Pardon? Oh, there we go. If your dress came down like this, and then had like a little gap, and then came down like this, and then had a little gap. Oops, hang on, wrong color. And then did that again everywhere, then I doubt we would have as much trouble reading that, because immediately, even from a distance, that shaping is very clearly conveying petals to us, which is very helpful. And then similarly, I do appreciate the little bit of texture that you have on the dress here, but it definitely needs to be bigger. Like, the individual elements need to be scaled up, and the line thickness of them could also need to be scaled up. If it's a hibiscus, it's not reading as one. I don't think it's hibiscus, because hibiscus has the, like, that thing. Pretty specifically. It would be very intentional. Looks like a Lancaster rose. A Lancaster rose, even. Let me look at the Lancaster rose. I'm gonna say it Lancaster, but that's because I've been to that location as a place, not in London, but in the Amish country of Pennsylvania. Oh! Wait, you're so right. It does look like that. I bet you're right. I bet that is what it is. Yes. If that is the case, I feel like it could be even a little bit more specific. Because it seems like that type of rose has a brighter center to it. And seeing that would probably help a little bit more with identifying it. Where it seems to have this, like, hang on. Kind of not doing what I want to, but like, we can tell that that's the inside of the flower. That might just be a little bit more specific. Making me realize I need to try and make much more frilly designs. Mine tend to be very masculine. Genders no clothing. No, that, I mean, understandable. You can, yeah, just frilly. Your designs may be more pared down, or more sleek might be the better word for it, I would say. Yours tend to be a little bit more angular also. If you want something maybe a little more rounded. Actually used to be a VTuber agency that was sponsored by an airline company. That is wild also. Interesting. I'm gonna say petunia, but anemone makes more sense. Oh. I'm finding if you search dress inspired by tulip, looking at it could give some ideas. Yeah, yes. Wait, flower's probably an anemone. Wait, that might actually make more sense. Anemone flower. Because that is what her name is. Yes, okay. If that is what it is, because I can also see that potentially being it, we need to, hang on, design it more specifically, because it's not reading as that very clearly right now. It's very small. This is an anemone flower. So, let me undo what I just did here. The flower individual, like, petals, yeah, are like stacked in a very interesting way. But having that white on them feels kind of important. And these petals don't really connect soon enough for this to maybe work the way it should. But yeah, I'll pull one of the darker colors. And then it seems like it has like a big dark center, and then it has all these little pieces that like go in and out here. There we go. So then that's a much more specific flower. We could also generally, especially since this flower is what this design is based around in some capacity, we could just make it much larger. It's still pretty small right now. It might be realistically scaled to what that flower would be scaled in life. But why would we have to follow that? Who says I have to follow what happens in life? I can make my own rules here. We are virtual existences, and we don't have to be subservient to physics or anything else of that nature. We could also, because it seems like they grow in clusters and also have like little, like before they bloom, they're in these little green pod looking things. We could have more than one of them also up here. So like just very quickly drawing a second one here. Just like the edge of one. We could have the like pod part of it that hasn't bloomed yet showing up in here somewhere, right? Yeah. And then the leaves, I think, are also very specific too, where it's almost like a cilantro type of leaf. I don't know how to describe that with words, but you know the leaves that are like really like this? and then you get like this, and they go like this. The leaves are much more like this. They're not your like classic, super rounded, smooth type of leaf. And that seems like the kind of thing that would also be important to convey if we were trying to, you know, convey a very specific flower. And a leaf like this might be really good for silhouette too. It adds a lot of variety, and it's very organic in the way that all these little like leafless bits jump out of it. There's probably a more particular word to use than what I have used. Cilantro leaf is not probably a very scientific term, but I don't have a more scientific term. Whoops, hang on, I'm on the wrong layer. Move this. There we go. So that's helping it to feel a little bit more necessary. Let me also just duplicate this for the other side of the skirt. Transform, flip horizontal. Yeah, there we go. Whoops, no, don't move it down, please. Hang on, just move it over. There we go. So then that'll help us think about it a little bit more. Even if we don't change the color of the ribbons, although I think we might want to, if we just had like something spiraling off of them, like little vine bits, or like some sort of leaf that's attached to it, because you don't have to just have one flower also if you're somebody who enjoys nature. You could have multiple, but little things like that will be enough to just make it feel like it's influenced by something of that nature. There we go. When it says the concept is nature, does it mean the character likes playing and wandering out in nature? That's the impression I'm gathering. I think maybe so, but it is also incorporated into, like, they do have flowers as motifs in the clothing. They've got the petal shape as a cutout in this like sheer clothing they're wearing, and they've got little leaves on them. So I'm guessing that there's a little bit more inspiration coming from that, but if they are somebody who mostly just enjoys wandering out in nature, I wonder if a flower crown might be a better way of conveying that to us, because we tend to associate flower crowns with being something that you like construct for yourself when you are out in nature just sort of enjoying things. We associate that with like the downtime of being out there. We could have other elements that are conveying something similar about it. We're like, you know, if you're going to be hanging out there in the nature, as it were, maybe you're carrying a basket so you can collect some specimens to bring back home with you. Flower crown does a lot. I actually agree quite a bit. I think that is doing a lot. I agree. Hang on, merge all of my weird layers here. We could be carrying a basket, so that way you can have something to collect your samples in. Granted, that's an accessory and not part of a design, but that can still tell us a lot, especially if it's a wicker style basket. We tend to associate that with being outdoorsy also. And a lot of wicker baskets will even have, we used to have one like this, where they'll have appliques? Appliques? How do you, is that, am I saying this word? I always say this word in a strange manner. Those things. A lot of wicker baskets will have something like that, like, just like pasted onto the side of it, where you could have like some design on it. You could have little things that you found hanging out inside of it as well, but that might be a good little element to push us in the right direction with our thinking as to you being a nature enjoyer. Your bare feet being out, I think, does make sense. I won't often say that for VTubers, but for you, in your case, having your feet out might make sense. I may change these to being brown, just because the pink is sort of everywhere. It feels a little bit one note in color palette, with the pink being in pretty much every element of the design. So, if I bring a little bit of the brown down here, it'll feel like there's a little bit more variety throughout. And then I might do that on the arm as well. That also unites the brown across the body, because the brown is only in the upper half right now. There we go. So I think a lot of these things are pushing us in the right direction here. I might add just a little bit of the, like... There's a leaf here now. Whoops, I shouldn't do that twice in the same spot. Hang on. Applique. Thank you. I know that's one of those ones that I, like, know how to say, but I never managed to do it right the first try. Mayhaps grass-stained feet. I mean, you are looking pretty clean for walking around out in nature, but I am guessing that this is pushing more in the direction of like a cleaner aesthetic anyway. So I don't know if this is something that that person would be open to the idea of. I'm also thinking about tiering their skirt in some way, in some manner that's maybe asymmetrical, where it's like almost like wrapping around the body. Just because this really blunt connection line right here is a little bit strange to me. Let's see. Maybe a little bit too frilly, but I think that makes sense. We could stylize to have, you know, if you had like an underskirt that was more of that like tiny little ruffly shape. I don't know how to describe what that is. It's like a petticoat almost, but I don't know what the texture is. It might be tulle, where we get all these little like rounded shapes. I love doing this for characters that have anything floral happening in their design. That feels a little bit like flower petals, which might push us in the right direction as well, maybe. Far away the leaves start looking a bit like pearls. They seem small even for smaller leaves. What oh, you mean these ones? Yeah, I do think that generally in scale they could use to be increased, but I think that's what we would say for all of the details here, where like, you know, if we want to have that heart-shaped leaf, having it at that scale might be a little bit more appropriate. This is giving me, I'm thinking about moss cake. You used to have on your design, if you were here, something like this, where you had these like green heart-shaped leaves going throughout. Just makes me think about it, but yeah, there we go. So we can see that a little bit more from the distance. I'm wondering if that might be something where it would be good to repeat it in other places. It might be another way of handling this transition area that I was trying to make sense of. Don't need a ton of green, but just like a little bit might be nice. Yeah, there we go. And then we could bring back your trim here that was floral. I'm not going to spend a lot of time drawing something like super accurately, but like, you know, just something that's in like a thicker size brush in some capacity. Just like something loosely floral. And then like continuing it into like the lower parts of those pieces might also be good. I don't know if I'd do it in that full bright white that I did though. That might just be a little bit too distracting. But having something as a pattern might still be nice, I would say. Reek, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Unhelpful advice, bare feet helps focal point because sometimes the shoe colors might be focal. That's true. That's not unhelpful advice. Rex offers a very helpful advice of, if your shoes are just too distracting, don't wear them. People tend to be a fan of that, I've heard. And also, it does help with focal point. It will make your face more focal, it seems. I feel like one of the other things I am missing here is feeling like a sense of weight in some areas, where if these little sleeve pieces had more of like a sag to them, that provides a little bit more of a diagonal movement, where right now they're very horizontal. And this will feel a little bit more relaxed, mayhaps. There we go, I'm gonna have to outline it so we can see it. But a little bit more of a relaxed feeling might be good for this one. If there was something subtle happening in the lace that was floral, that might be nice too. But yeah, I think generally what we're getting here is that we need more detail, and we need those details to reflect the nature-loving angle a little bit more, and we need you to push how you're including the flower, because it seems like it is very specific. It is in your name, and you love nature, and it is in your hair. So make sure that you are paying close attention to what it looks like and how we can incorporate those elements more throughout the rest of the design too. Big details look nicer, helps look somewhat less central cluttered. Don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, it helps to distribute things a little bit more, yeah. Eyes aren't standing out to me at the moment. I will say, yeah, we'll get to focal point. I do want to talk about silhouette very quickly here still too, where before we made any of those changes, the silhouette is going to have to be done in white because we're on a dark background, but we'll be able to get the same idea. Not a very specific silhouette, unfortunately. You have cat ears and you have something lumpy on your leg. But this, as far as I can tell, could be kind of anyone in VTubing. There's a lot of cats in VTubing. A lot of A-line skirts in VTubing. The bare feet add something. Not as many are barefoot. And a lot of VTubers have long hair that is this length. So I may challenge you to try and find something that is going to allow you to add some greater emphasis to your silhouette, because unfortunately still the stuff I added isn't really adding to it either. It might just be something to the degree of research other hairstyles maybe, where maybe, you know, you can have long brown hair, that's fine, that's not an issue. But like, you know, if we push it in more here so that it's narrower, and then we have bits that come out here, whoops, hang on. And whoops, there we go. Swoop around like this. Then suddenly we've got positive and negative space happening. You can have even like smaller ones happening inside of it. Not saying use those colors, but what happens if you have just like a little like high ponytail on one side that's going like this? Suddenly that's more specific too. Or what if, because you know you're going for something that feels a little bit more wholesome, I wonder if a bun might make sense. If we could see like that you have a bun over the back of your head where your hair is like a half up, half down type of situation. So then it pulls much tighter in here and your bangs become sort of the outer edge. But then you have that element on top of your head. Hang on, that might actually be too tight. And then this can have like little bits standing out of it or something. So then that will add a little bit of specificity. Having the one ponytail might do that too, but I think you just need something more that is breaking that outer edge of your body somewhere, anywhere, to make you more distinct. What are the rose-looking buns I've seen here and there? I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but if this person is, that could be something that might work. Rose-like bun. What do you mean by that? Is that just like where it has like really big sections, almost like that? Like Ariana Grande hair. Just slightly more messy. Yes? Okay, hang on. Like, it's not gonna make sense because there's no shading on it, but yeah, that could be something for sure. And then you could have like a hair tie on it that is green to mimic, you know, leaves or something, or like a ribbon or something. But then, yeah, this feels just a little bit more specific. I should like... Oh, okay, hang on. Wrong color. Try again. There we go. There. And then even if, like, you know, these came in front of the body, now they'll feel a little bit like vines or something, which might be interesting. I don't know. But your hair just needs something so that it's more specific. A hoge. You just need more that adds to your outer silhouette at this point. This is so pretty. It is very cute. I will say this is a decently grounded design for what it's worth, too. It just needs a couple of, like, little, like, detail modifications, I say, as I keep modifying details. Like, I think just generally, all of your details could use to be bigger. That would be huge. But, like, this is a little heart down here. I can't tell that that's what it is from a distance, though. So now it reads more clearly as a heart. To make your ankle one read a little bit more clearly. Yeah. Eyes being the green shade would help make them more vibrant. The eyes already are green. The eyes are, what do you call it? That one type of heterochromia where they're partially one color and partially another. The eyes are just a little bit heterophobic. But I guess the eyes could be entirely green to maybe stand out a little bit more. I don't know if there's a lot of other elements in this design that have a lot of green in one spot, but I do think that that does help in some capacity, make the eyes a little more unique. Looked like shading. Oh, it could be shading. Yeah, it is very muted. What are you laughing at, Amber? And live suggestions. Writing types of buns, but they look like that. Wrong? Hang on. Me look in live suggestions. Tries to find my own server, fails. Where's my server? Hello? What? There we go, live suggestions. Oh, there were other suggestions sent there. Whoa! That's crazy! I don't know if that would be very easy to convey from the front, unfortunately, but those are really neat. That could definitely be something there, especially if it was on like the side of the head, or can you imagine how cute it might be? I'm not gonna be able to take the whole time to redraw it for that, but like, you know, what if she had like the over one shoulder situation where it was like here. Covers all of this up really quickly. Hang on. I'm accidentally giving her dead anime mom hair, but please don't mind it. Don't mind, in the wise words of Haikyuu. Then her arms add a silhouette, but then like you could have that like thing where it's going like this over one shoulder and like, you know, be this like, you know, trails like that. Whoops, hang on, I might have made it too high. It should probably be lower on the body than that. Where like if we can tell that it's like her hair is pulled over to one side and then we've got like all these like bits that go like that in some capacity. That could be cute potentially. Maybe, and then that feels a little bit more specific and it's asymmetrical, so it's doing multiple things effectively, maybe. Robot Genshin girl had them too? Oh, maybe. Heterophobia in the eyes is silly. Yeah, I can tell when this girl looks at me that she's passing judgment on me. That's not true. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm lying. Instead of an onion, this is a rose. Oh man, yeah, we are getting more plant variety on the head. Also, hello. Want Limbus reviews? I've seen live and wanted to stop by. Thank you for stopping in, Noise. I appreciate it. But yeah, generally, something else may be done with the hair to greater effect. But I think we have said what we need in order to grade here, which is, for the colors, they are potentially more muted than I would suggest, and there's a little bit of low contrast happening sort of throughout. I feel like it's being done intentionally, so we're getting that sort of calm, natural effect. But I can't help but feel like there's something that's missing here, color-wise, where it may just be a contrast thing. There's no pure white, which is fine. We don't have to have pure white. But, I don't know, there's something missing in it. Maybe since I can't put that more specifically to words, it might just be the saturation feels low to me, and that's just my personal skill issue with not being a fan of that. I'm not gonna take points off for that, that wouldn't be fair. Bit washed out. Okay, wait. If you agree with it, then maybe we will take a half point off. If it feels washed out to you, I was taking it as being stylistically desaturated for, you know, conveying a calmer vibe to us. But if it feels washed out, yeah. Not me tanking your score, you're good. From far away, still just brown, muted rose, and peach skin. The green goes away. That's fair. Have we seen it in grayscale for contrast? We have not. We can do that. Layer. New correction layer. Here we go. I'm slurping up all of your... Oh, yeah. Maybe that is what it is. I'm slurping up all of your values. And it's pretty mid-tone heavy. A lot of the shading isn't actually providing as much depth as it could be, unfortunately. Maybe that is what it is. Yeah, it's just too muted, perhaps. So I think that's fair. For silhouette, I fear you're not blob-like, but you need more distinction. You're kind of close. You're getting kind of close. What's it like with the additions? This is it with the additions. I didn't increase the contrast at all, unfortunately. All of the contrast happening is by hue. This is only testing contrast by value, and there's not. Oh, without. Oh, wait, hang on. Not really very different. Not especially different. Hang on, that one color I drew the hair actually made it higher contrast. Complexity versus clarity. I think we are looking for more clarity from your details. They're just too small. A lot of them need scaled up, and they could use to be more specific to the flower that you have chosen, which is something else I would take off here, is that at first glance, and after looking at you for a while, if I didn't know what your name was, I would see that you may be like a flower, but I'm not really getting any deeper nature-inspired angle here. And with how many VTubers have bare feet, or just like bare feet as being a thing people are interested in, I wouldn't know about it, but I'm aware people are. I don't know if I would guess the concept very clearly. You've got a little bit of hints, but we could really take that concept and run with it a bunch more to make it clear via accessories, more flowers, using the flowers' specific shapes to determine the edges of clothing or other elements, flower crown, stuff like that. Need more. Focal point, also. What was the focal point doing before we did a ton of stuff to it? To me, I think the dress was focal. The hair being the bulk of where the brown is, maybe I'm doing this a disservice with the background color. Hang on, let me try this first. But for me, I think I am looking at the dress first, potentially. The fact there was a wiki about it? Yeah, about what? What is there a wiki about? Interesting. I think the dress is more focal than the head is, but this being the darkest element is helping fight that. I think it's just because this is the most saturated element and the hair is more desaturated, as is the skin tone, potentially. So I think I would probably go for, like, here, maybe? Well, actually, if I could draw. Here? It's not bad. The hair is doing something for it, but it's not as strong as it could be. Although all it took to make the face more focal is just making the eyes fully green, so it's close. A lot of 0.5 is the new rubric harsher / serious. I think the new rubric is ending up being a bit harsher, particularly because I have clarified categories a little bit better and also clarified what 1 point is a little bit more specifically. A lot of what this category was, or was supposed to be, was things we ended up grading here as opposed to here before, when I feel like there's a clear enough distinction that it should lose that full point and not just a half point, maybe. Yeah. Throw a level adjustment on to see if that helps. We could throw that on here, but I fear that because some of the values are so similar to each other, they'd all move together as a chunk, and it wouldn't actually improve the contrast very much. We'd probably have to drop, like, some shading layers on here, if anything. Put some drop shadows in manually with some multiply layers or something. Whoops. Oh no! I changed the background color! Which makes it so that my background doesn't work. Hang on. Wait. Oh, I goofed it up. Soiled it. Hang on. Whoa, wait, hang on. Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
I think the new rubric is more concrete in its grading.
You're so right, Gary! I agree with you. I also happen to think it's more concrete. I agree. Oh wait, but I think that's a grade. I think we've got it. So what is this? 3, 4, 5 out of 10. Yeah, I do think this is more harsh, which I don't know how I feel about that because a lot of these lines are still close. But I do guess that at this rate, it will mean a lot more to receive like the 9s and the 10s when they become less common, maybe. You know what I mean? But like, 5's not bad. We just need more specificity overwhelmingly here. That's pretty much the main critique. More specific to your concept. Sell me on your concept more. Push it to the limit. But you've got this. Yeah! Round of applause for Anemone! Is it Anemone? Unclear. Oh! I'm about to read! Hello! Welcome in, Mari's fellas and Mari. Those are fireworks! Welcome in! You, like, just got me. I had, like, maybe less than 5 minutes left here. You're welcome to join us as we go to other places. But, hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I can briefly show you what we did today, and we'll pay out our gamba from earlier. Today we critiqued a number of designs, just sort of randomly picked ones. This was Anemone, and we proposed, this was the original state here, and then we proposed some angles for clarifying the concept. Here was Ida, who was a bear. Hey, don't steal my hair in front of the raiders. That's not kind. Although I'm still slay. Need to have dinner now. Enjoy your raid. Thanks! I need to have dinner too. Yeah, you and your fellows, if you guys need to eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourself. If you want to stick around, you are welcome to do so. Egg cereal, thank you for following. Also, I hope Mari had a good stream though. What were you guys up to? You guys are still welcome to tell me. Even though we're gonna be moving out of here potentially soon. My eye is not constrained by the laws of this land. We beat Hades? Wow, congrats! Hell yeah, that's not easy. Was it your first time, like, winning a run? Or, like, fully beat Hades, as in, like, beat the story and everything? Because either way, congrats. It was? Oh, wait, which one? First time? Let's go! Congrats! What did you... I guess the first time you beat it, it's the default weapon, isn't it? I can't remember how Hades works. I watched Germa play Hades many years ago. I've never played it myself. But that's so exciting! It's such a hard game. I use shield. Oh, okay, so maybe you did have other things unlocked. Hell yeah! Proud of you. Eat your dinner. Whoa. Sorry. T-poses. Good luck for the next 9 times. Is that how many times it takes? It takes 10 times to fully beat it? Golly. That is a lot. That is a sure commitment, huh? Boy. Sorry, I've become an Uma and I'm all up in the way here. I'll just show the raiders the rest of what we were doing. I'm asserting my dominance, but I don't need to do this. You guys respect my authority anyway, despite my height and other elements about me, maybe. Have to do it for the lore. Yeah. The lore win is when you've won a bunch of times, isn't it? I forget how it goes, but you, like, get to the end area and you learn more each time you're there or something? I forget how it goes, but it's rogue-like. Roguelite? Roguelike? I used to know the difference between those words. I knew the difference between them like 2 months ago even, but now I can't recall. Whoops. Thank you for making me a clown. Am I funny? Do I amuse you? Do I make you laugh? This is horrible. This is horrifying. More pieces of the puzzle each win. Yeah! I like vaguely recall how it works. Oh, but anyways, we suggested some modifications for Ida IC. Also for Laughing Kitsune, which is the center one that we had modified from looking like this. On the left, we also modified Fortuna and made her a little bit more scraggly. And then Kamiye, which actually has none of the edits turned on right now. Let's turn my edits back on. I might actually have too many things. There we go. I think that was the edits we had made there too. Whoa, my god! Yeah, this keeps happening. I don't know what specific combo it is that really encumbers my skull. Peeks at you. Hi! Hee hee. Hello. I'm looking at you from under the angles of my eyeballs. Oh, thank you for correcting my skull shape. That was very kind of you. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't last. Hit me again. Hit me again. Ooh, I yearn for having my head the correct shape. Giraffe and something that changes your head shape. Giraffe should only change my neck shape. My head shape shouldn't change with giraffe. It should be neck exclusive. Ugh. Because see, I returned to normal for a second. Whoa. Whoa. My head has unlocked squash and stretch physics. And I love that right now I have orange googly eyes with eyelashes on them. This is beautiful. Actually. Giraffe plus bonk / head pat. Oh, man. This is how it always goes. But anyways, we got through 5 designs today for stream, which seems to be my average these days. My average is ever decreasing, unfortunately. Congrats to the fellows who may or may not have won. There we go. Oh, wow, most people guessed 5. You guys are learning. You figured me out. I admire the fact that the second most guessed category was 7. I actually can't recall the last time we looked at 7 designs in one stream. I can't remember. It's been so long. YouTube guessed right also. You need to draw this? Draw what? Me as an Uma with orange eyes and eyelashes? I look like a Muppet with my, like, honk honk nose. I would wait. I would make such a cute Muppet, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I make such a cute Muppet? Wouldn't I? I should make a Muppet version of me. Puppet EG. Oh, I need to stop coming with ideas. Monarch of massive projects needs to stop and sit down. I was like, what if I made a new model for my partner anniversary in a month? Are you crazy? Are you losing it? Are you nuts? Are you crazy? You don't have time to make a whole model right now. No. What's wrong with you? Could be for next Halloween. Fellas, I don't know if we're gonna get a new Halloween model this year. We might get a fall-themed model or something else, but the way that I'm working at this point this year is very different than last year in that I might not have time to make a whole model in that time, unfortunately. Oh, next is in year after this year. Maybe. That might be more likely. Perhaps. Maybe. Roddy the Worm, thank you for following also. all of this chaos, I'm always appreciative and amazed when people follow me when everything is broken and strange and unusual. So thank you. But anyways, it is 6:20 and Rex has redeemed for me to get a snack. That snack is going to be known as my dinner. I need to eat. I need to hang out with my jubby. I am hungry. And I need to drink the rest of my hot chocolate that I only somehow got through half of, unfortunately. Man, I need to focus when it comes to drinking. I gotta lock in on having beverages more in the future. But plans for the rest of this week. Thursday, we are doing Guilty Gear Strive character design tier list. Yippee, I'm so happy, I'm so glad, I'm so excited. I love Guilty Gear so much, the character designs are so good! But I'm so harsh on them as a result. Because they're already so good. Yeah. So, yeah. That'll be Thursday. Friday, we're going to be doing some Pinterest boarding, perhaps, for the purpose of expanding our visual inventories for character design, because we'll be much better able to suggest things for designs if we've just been exposed to more options of what's out there. So we're going to go over some of the strategies for that and some ways you can do it. Also, how to collect references for when you are designing characters. We'll talk about those things on Friday, but generally, we're going to be doing some yapping. But thank you for being here. Thank you to the mods for getting the raid message, and YouTube, I will say shroom you later, because I have confirmed it's impossible. It don't work. It ain't happening. It's never gonna work. I will never be permitted to raid. What is this nonsense? Hang on. Suddenly I was hit by a steamroller. Shroom you later, YouTube. This is how I leave you. Bye! I'm squashed because I'm hungry, I guess.